Recording in progress.
Good morning.
Good morning, members. Good morning, members.
Good morning.
Good morning, members. We have today our chairperson has sent an apology, and she will not be able to be available for the whole meeting for the whole week. So, as members know, we have meetings today, tomorrow, Wednesday, as well as a subcommittee meeting. In that instance, we would need to nominate an acting chair in terms of National Assembly Rule 159. I'm just trying to determine who is online. That's why I was slotting in a bit late. I've noticed Mr. Subrati, Mr. Matafa, Ms. Chauki Adonis, Ms. Podlani, Mr. Sols, Mr. Gubeni, and if I'm missing out on anyone, if members could just indicate. Thank you.
Honorable Tambo, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Tambu. Is there any other member? Mr. Vilakazi, is Mr. Vilakazi on the line as yet? Ms. Podlani, are you aware of any apology for Mr. Vilakazi?
Not yet. I need him to make sure that he joins. Apologies for that.
Okay. So I'm just checking who is available if members don't mind, and then we'll reconvene as soon as I have enough members. Thank you so much. Ms. Putlani, I'm just checking with you. Would Mr. Valakazi be joining us soon?
I'm sorry, Ms. Hajira, he's not answering his phone. I don't know what's happening. I do apologize again.
Good day, members. We have about, I'm just sorry, let me just check, 8 members on the platform. I'll just read the names again. Mr. Subrati, Mr. Matafa, Ms. Chauke Adonis, Ms. Podlani, Mr. Sol, Mr. Gubani, and Mr. Tambo. Am I correct or am I leaving anyone out? Okay. In that instance, members, if we could just proceed then to elect an acting chair in terms of NA Rule 159. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Sol.
Good morning, everyone. It's Ajira. I'd like to move to elect Honorable Subrati as the acting chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sol. Is there a seconder to that nomination?
Now Tamboye, I second.
Mr. Subrati, do you accept the nomination? Good day, Mr. Subrati. Do you accept the nomination?
Good morning, Hajira. Yes, thank you so much. I accept the nomination.
Could I ask if there are any other nominations?
Ms. Hajira?
Yes, Ms. Podlani, I acknowledge you.
I think we note that you listed the number of members just so that we are on record to state how many members we require to have a quorum, so that at least it is on record.
Good. We require 6 members, Ms. Podlani.
Thank you.
Any other nominations? In the absence of no nominations, Mr. Subrati, if you could take that place as an acting chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hajira, and good morning to yourself. Good morning to Minister Sali Malatsi, who I see on the call. I don't see Deputy Minister Gungubele as yet. If we can just get an indication if Minister Gungubele is on the call. Good morning to DG, DDGs, to chairpersons of entities, board members, CEOs, my fellow colleagues, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to be the acting chair of this session today. So Hajira, may I just get clarity? Is this appointment of myself for today and tomorrow? How are you managing it? So we
I
get
have
clarity.
indicated before we started acting chairperson that it's for the whole week,
Okay, thank you.
including the subcommittee that's sitting on Wednesday as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So just to reaffirm that, the Secretariat has confirmed that my appointment as acting chair would be for today and tomorrow. And I have been informed that we are getting approval for the subcommittee that would take place, and maybe we'll call upon Temin Kosi at a later stage to confirm when the subcommittee of the interview subcommittee will be sitting, and I will also be chairing that. Thank you so much, members, for the vote of confidence, and let me welcome you all to this portfolio committee. Today and tomorrow's sessions are very important, as we will be receiving the strategic plans for the 2025-2030 period, as well as we will be receiving the APPs for the 2025-2026. And this will culminate in the budget vote, the very important budget vote that will be taking place on the 2nd of July in room M46 at 10 a.m. So we welcome you all to this important meeting, and we would like to maybe request Hajira Secretary to please fly to the agenda for today. Thank you, Hajira. Honorable members, the agenda is before us. There are 2 items, the adoption of minutes and briefing. Maybe before adoption of minutes, Hajira, may I please request if there are any apologies that we've received?
We have not received any apologies. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much. Members, the agenda is before us. Please may I ask if there's any additions to the agenda? If not, may I please ask for the agenda to be adopted? For someone to adopt the agenda?
I move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Matafa?
I second, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matafa. Honorable members, with the agenda being adopted, let us proceed with the first item, and that is the adoption of the minutes. I'll call upon the Secretariat to please flag the minutes that we need to adopt this morning.
I'll share. If you can give me 2 minutes, Mr. Sobrati, I'll be with you.
Maybe members, whilst Hajira is flighting the minutes, let us also, I think it has been done, but maybe let us just recognize and have a moment of silence for the passing on of all those victims of the flooding in Eastern Cape. The last time I checked, it was 79, and I believe there are more victims. And it's also a moment of silence for Judge Sangoni, the eldest uncle of our chairperson, who has been a rock in her life, and especially since the passing on of our chairperson's father since 2012. She has had an even closer relationship. And also a moment of silence for all our youth who stood up in 1976 and played a significant part in the freedom of the country of our country that we presently enjoy. Let us observe a moment of silence for them. Thank you so much, honorable members and guests. Hajira.
Mr. Sobrati, as members can remember, in our last meeting, we were not able to deal with this set of minutes. We have 2 other sets following this. This set deals with the meeting on EEIPs in the Marks building. We did deal with the minutes on that day, but Mr. Vilakazi needed a few items added. I've left it in red, and the content advisors can speak to it if needs be. Thank you so much. And then after that, members, there's the 28th of May and the 30th of May, which I'll flight after this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hajira. As we invite the content advisors, may I request maybe therefore, because we did interrogate this in detail and we reached an adoption stage, at which stage I recall Honorable Vilakazi sought certain amendments to be done. So maybe let us invite the content advisors to indicate to us what were the additions to the minutes that were originally presented to us. Content advisors, please deal with those specific items Honorable Vilakazi addressed.
I think I've flighted the incorrect one, Mr. Acting Chair. I'll just flight the correct one now. Apologies. Acting Chairperson, this is the correct version with the notice, with the amendments by the content advisor.
Thank you, Hajira. Content advisors, you can take us through the amendments, please.
Dr. Madupe, are you on the line?
Dr. Madupe, or in his absence, Mr. Malek.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I was trying to open
Can we please
Um,
request? Can we
Chair,
please
I'm here.
request?
I don't know if you
Mr.
can hear
Madupe?
me.
Yes, I can hear you, Dr. Madupe. You know, it is our practice in our portfolio committee that we appeal to you to show yourself. Please, if you can show us your face, so we know that you worked hard on your day yesterday. You should have. Ms. Dr. Madupe, please, if you can put your video on.
I don't know if you can see. I have issues with my video is on, Chair. My internet is very unstable. I'm not too sure if Mr. Malek can come in. I'm battling with my internet. Mr. Malek?
That's we can see you, Dr. Madupe, and we can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, Minister, DG, and the rest of the colleagues. With regard to the additions, Chair Hajira, you can move down. We added bullet point number 5, and those are highlighted in red. Bullet 5, it's that the minister has gazetted the EEIP, policy of public comment, and that this is to trust the sector on the possibility of exploring other mechanisms of ensuring investment and much broader transformation in the sector through the EEIP. We've indicated that the coincidence between the policy directive and the visit to the White House by the President, Mr. Ramaphosa, was quite unfortunate, as this process was started long before, and the minister was only taking this process forward. The next bullet point that was added, Chair, is bullet point number 8, if I'm correct, Jira, that the President of the Republic was also such as the one undertaken by the two policy directives by the minister. We can move on, Hajira. I think there's more bullets at the bottom. Keep moving, Hajira. The next bullet that was added, Chair, and I need to emphasize, Chair, that all these additions, was after we've gone back on the recordings and the transcript, just to make sure that we properly capture the issues as indicated. The next bullet point, Chair, was that it was unfortunate that the minister's integrity was questioned, even after he had indicated that the policy directive was not necessarily a final position of government, and that this will be determined by how the market reacts after the 30-day public comments. The next bullet, Chair, was that the current transformative mechanism within the sector has not resulted in the most desired development of the ordinary citizen, as there is a need for universal access to the internet by the most remote communities. The next bullet that was added, Chair, was that, which is the final bullet, by the way, was that there have been clear examples where the EEIP was implemented by companies such as Microsoft and IBM, where there were huge investments within the sector to benefit the 150,000 ordinary citizens in both infrastructure and funding of their tertiary education. Those were the bullet, Chair, that were in addition, to the previous observations. Those are the bullets which were added. Thank you so much, Chair. In as far as the recommendations are concerned, nothing was added to that effect, and they remain as such. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madupe. Honorable members, the minutes with amendments as requested by Honorable Velakazi are before us, and as indicated by Dr. Madupe, these additions were made after, if I understand it correctly, Dr. Madupe, you've been through the record of the minutes, the transliteration of the record of the minutes, and these additions are before you. Honorable members, I put the minutes before you for adoption. Are there any comments, amendments, and further mentions that you wish to seek onto the minutes and the additions? Honorable Matafa? Honorable Mataf, I see your hand is up.
My apologies, Chair. It was a legacy hand.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, may I therefore, if there's no further additions to the minutes, may I please request for someone for the moving to move for the adoption
Chair,
of the minutes?
Chair, before
Yes.
you move adoption, apologies. I am just struggling to raise my hand. I just wanted to find out with the additions that have been made, are these additions that we are then saying are adopting and adding as part of amendments? If I can just be clarified on that.
Yes, it will be. These will be the final minutes that will be adopted. As you may recall, we had an original set of minutes, and Honorable Velakazi raised some concerns that he felt it did not fully reflect the proceedings, and he requested a review of the minutes, which was tasked to the content advisors. And this is the amendments that they have put before us. So this will be the final minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think perhaps I would like to reject. I don't think it's fully reflective, but I am open to correction in this regard. Thank you very much.
So, Honorable Adonis, you are rejecting the minutes. Members, there's one objection from Honorable Adonis. May I get a sense from other members with the additions that have been made? What is the way forward in terms of this? I have put it before us, Honorable Bodlani.
Chair, I'm really sorry. I got cut off. My electricity went off as Honorable Adonis started speaking. If you could just repeat her position and why she wants to reject so that I can make an empowered contribution, please.
Honorable Adonis has indicated to us that she cannot support the adoption of the minutes with the additions because then the additions are not complete. The amendments, therefore, are not complete. And that's how I captured Honorable Adonis's input. Maybe I think, Honorable Adonis, if you want to clarify that, you feel that there should be further amendments to the minutes to give a more complete picture. Honorable Mkhakha, can I recognize you in the meantime? Honorable Mkhakha, your hands is up. I recognize you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members and everybody in the platform. No, Chair, maybe after Honorable Adonis clarified the missing part of the minute would be clarified, but as far as I could comprehend the discussion of the day, I don't see any serious omission as far as minutes are concerned, and therefore I would support the minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhakha. Honorable Mkhakha has moved for the adoption for the minutes.
With all amendments, eh?
With the amendments. Thank you, Honorable Mkhakha. Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Bodlani, I recognize you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I think Honorable Adonis is raising an issue that we had also raised as the DA for just for clarity. When we were not
Honorable Bodlani,
the minutes,
I'm not hearing you
and
correctly.
we were afforded an opportunity to engage with the content advisor on what would be some which we thought was omissions that had serious implications on the minutes. So I do not see why we cannot do the same. My network is really bad, Chair, so I've switched off my camera. I'm saying nothing stops us from allowing Honorable Adonis an opportunity to make her submissions to the content advisors. But what we can do is to put a time frame to it, because this would be the third or fourth week that we are dealing with the same set of minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable members, I think to move the meeting forward and with that objection raised by Honorable Adonis, may I therefore suggest that content advisors, as you have afforded an opportunity to Honorable Vilakazi to input, let us open it for one further opportunity for all members to input. But in addition to that, once you have prepared the amended minutes before it comes to the Portfolio Committee, please share it and circulate it to the members at least a day in advance, so that we can, before we come to the Portfolio Committee, in our WhatsApp group and via emails, discuss and give our input into the minutes before it comes to this platform. So I think that would be the way. Thank you so much, Honorable Bodlani, for also giving us some direction over there. So, honorable members, we will defer this and allow the other members to also input into any additions. And before it comes before the next Portfolio Committee, it must be shared within the group. Yes, Honorable Bodlani?
Chair, I'm saying please put a timeline to this, because we cannot deal with the meeting minutes in perpetuity.
Thank you so much. So I would say no later than the Portfolio Committee that takes place next week. Hajira, can you please help us, guide us through here, which is the next Portfolio Committee date for next week?
Next Tuesday, Chairperson.
Next week, Tuesday. So yes, so that will be the timeline by which we would like the amended minutes to be circulated to members with all input. So that would be the way forward. Thank you so much, Honorable Members. That will be a deferment of that minutes that was tabled before us. Let's move on to the next minutes, Hajira.
Minutes 28th of May, Chairperson, Acting Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Let's take it a little slow, Hajira. Please make that amendment, Hajira. You just passed it. There's a spelling there. Thank you, Hajira. Honorable members, the minutes of the meeting is before us. Hajira, just go up to the date of the meeting, please, to the first page again, right to the top. The minutes for the Wednesday, 28th of May is before us. If there's no additions, any input into any additions or amendments, I'm taking hands. If none, please may I request that someone for the adoption of these minutes.
Matafa moves, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Members, Honorable Matafa has moved. Please may I request someone to second the adoption of these minutes. Honorable members, please assist us. We're looking for someone to assist to adopt the minutes before us. Honorable Matafa has moved for its adoption.
I second, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. We still need your actively involved members, please. Thank you so much. With the adoption and the seconding of the minutes by Honorable Bodlani, those minutes are adopted. Ajira, are there any further minutes?
The last set, Acting Chairperson, Friday, 30th of May. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think that was just before you go down, go back up, please. Just I want to record, go back to attendance register. Present. Yes, thank you. Stop there. I just want to record, honorable members, this was the last meeting where Honorable KP Setole, Honorable Setole was with us. This meeting finished at about 6:21 p.m. I was the acting chair in that meeting, I recall. And we finished at about 6:21 p.m. on Friday, and before 6:21 p.m. on Saturday, unfortunately, we got the sad news of what Honorable Setole is passing away. That was the last meeting of Honorable Setole in this portfolio committee. Thank you, Hajra. You can move. Okay, so this was the minutes of the way we received the third and fourth quarter performance and financial reports of those various entities. Thank you so much, honorable members. The minutes of the meeting of the Friday, the 30th of May is before us. Just go up, it's correct, 30th of May, Hajira? That's right, it's before us. Thank you. Please may I request, if there's no additions to the minutes, someone to move for the adoption of these minutes, please.
I move, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Please may I request someone to second the adoption of these minutes.
I second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhafa. Thank you so much for that. Moving by Honorable Bodlani and the second by Honorable Mkhafa, the minutes for the 30th of May are duly adopted. Thank you so much, honorable members, for your participation. I've allowed you all to step in without raising your hands. But going forward, please do raise your hands. But thank you so much for your participation in assisting us in having these minutes approved. Members, thank you so much. That dealt with item number 1 on the agenda, which was the adoption of the minutes. Now we move on to item number 2. And as I indicated earlier in my opening statements, these from today and tomorrow, we will be receiving the strategic plans for 2025-2030, as well as the APPs for 2025-26. And we will be beginning this time with SAPO, with the Postbank and zaDNA. And tomorrow we will be doing the department and the remaining entities for any material changes. You would recall that they did come before us with their APPs after version 2 of the budget. And so tomorrow we will be dealing with the material changes. And SAPO, Postbank did not appear before us at all. Hence, we have brought them first on this agenda. So maybe let me at this stage invite Honorable Minister Solly Malatsi for your opening comments to lead us into your opening comments. Minister Solly Malatsi.
Good morning, Acting Chair, and congratulations for your leadership for the rest of the week. And greetings to the DM, the DG, and all the team from the department, including our entities. Chair, on my end, I'll be very brief. We've got 3 delegations from SAPO, led by the business rescue practitioners. From zaDNA, the team is led by the Deputy Board Chairperson, Dr. John Tsipa, and the CEO, Mr. Wesi. Then from the South African Postbank, we are led by the Chairperson, Mr. Kaya Ngema, and also the CEO there. From the team in the department, we've got the DG, DDG Ngobeni and DDG Sono. and also they will then also introduce the rest of the team. The meeting is quite explanatory, Chair, in terms of what's required from the entities appearing here today to present on the strategic plans for the next 5 years, and also for a presentation on the APP. And for us, it's an opportunity to showcase the plans that are in place from all the 3 entities, and also to engage with the committee on the committee's input on that. I will, at this stage, Chair, invite the DM through you, Chair, for his input on this. These are the 3 areas that are also part of the DM's delegations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister Malatsi. Honorable DM.
No. I am okay, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. We haven't seen you. I know we've got some apologies. You were traveling, but doing quite a bit of traveling. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome. You had a wonderful youth day. I can clearly see that. You're looking youthful.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let us invite, therefore, the business rescue practitioners. I saw Mr. Ruplal on the call, and I'm trying to see for Juanita. Maybe, Mr. Ruplal, let me invite you to lead the delegation from, and I see Juanita, you'll decide who's coming on first.
Morning,
Yes,
Honorable Chair. I'm just trying to share my camera so that you can see me. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, our Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister that's here, the DG, the DGGs, and the colleagues from the BRP team. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present SAPO's corporate plan for the next 5 years. Our interim group CEO is on the call, and she will be leading the presentation. She will be assisted by our interim CFO. Chair, before I, with your permission, hand over to Fatima to go through the presentation, I'm just asking from a personal perspective if I can be excused after the presentation. My mother was hospitalized last night, and we should be receiving results this morning. So I want to excuse myself at that time. If there are any questions that may arise that involves me personally that Anush cannot deal with, then I would request that it be sent in writing, and then I can respond in writing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Juanita. Let us invite Fatima Ghani from the South African Post Office to lead the presentation. And we wish your mother a speedy recovery, Mr. Juanita. We hope it's nothing too serious, and we wish her a speedy recovery.
Thanks, Chair.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable members, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the Director General, the DDGs, and all members that are attending this call. Lenny, if you can please go into present mode. This morning, we will be presenting to you the corporate plan for 2025 to 2028. Page down, Lenny. So some background, this committee is very familiar with the mandate and the vision and mission of the post office. We are the designated postal operator. There is a universal services obligation that we committed to, which is providing a permanent, affordable, basic postal services. And later on, I'll touch through, the amendments to the new regulation and the impact that it has on the post office being able to deliver on its mandate in terms of funding. You can page down, Lenny. So SAPO is a Schedule 2 SOE entity. It operates on a dual mandate, the social mandate, which I touched on, which is the universal access, while at the same time it has a commercial mandate, which is generates revenue. And our aim is to diversify that commercial mandate so that the business, as a minimum, at least breaks even. The focus of SAPO going forward is really protecting the core assets, in offering an integrated service offering. So while we are able to execute on that social mandate, an integrated service offering, will be able to enable SAPO to have economies of scale, particularly in terms of our assets, and deliver on a diversified revenue stream so that we are able to break even. One of our priorities is really on partnerships, so that, we can have collaboration with the private sector, and we can be, more fair and equitable in terms of the post office in providing service delivery to underserviced areas, and while sharing resources and expertise. Page down, lady. And this committee will be quite familiar. We did present to you our strategy in a closed forum. So the value proposition going forward is really about how we integrate, the South African citizens within themselves, to government within itself, into business within itself. So really, when you look at this, it is an all-pollination type of business model where we're saying we are so integrated that we can offer business to business, business to government, government to business, government to people, people to business, etc. So really, it's about how we provide a more just and equitable society for everyone within the South African citizen space. Really, how do we offer an integrated solution to government as a infrastructure service provider that enables government to deliver on all its numerous service deliveries at one access or service point nationally. And from a business perspective, we would like to create a level playing field for all businesses, whether it's SMEs, whether it's large corporates. We really want to support competition. We want to have innovation and really, create availability for all within the landscape. So what we did is we looked at the business and we said, where are our opportunities? Where's our threats? What do we do in terms of turning around the business? We see opportunities. I'm just going to go concentrate a little bit on the slide. We see opportunities in the form of forming partnerships. When you look at the new legislation and, the diversified service offerings that SAPO can have with e-commerce, logistics, SMMEs, this is an opportunity for us to provide, unlock and provide new diversified revenue streams. We know that one of the opportunities is how we reconfigure the postal network to deliver end-to-end, including logistics solutions. I touched on partnerships. There's an availability for partnerships to come in and really assist SAPO to modernize its infrastructure, while at the same time, when we look at partnerships, we'd like it to be a win-win for both the partner as well as SAPO. One of our critical opportunities is that we have an intense rural footprint, which is a strategic asset. And, we are able to provide, with this footprint, we're able to provide integrated financial and digital services to these areas. One of the advantages, which is critical now, is this new post office amendment bill. It really extends our mandate to include e-commerce, logistics, digital financial services, and hybrid mail solutions. Touching on that point, Chair, one of the initiatives that we're currently working on, in fact, I was reviewing the paper yesterday, was looking at the USO funding model, which was applicable to the old legislation, and really saying, how do we motivate to say that this funding model to deliver on our social mandate is now outdated. And we need to revisit this funding model to say, if we had to deliver on the new post offices amendment bill, what would it take SAPO to deliver on that social mandate? So that's something that's in a work in progress. And then, spinning off from that, you then have to look at SAPO as a Schedule 2 entity and saying, when you look at SAPO and its end state, do you want it to continue to have a commercial and a social mandate? or based on this post office amendment bill, should it only have a social mandate? And I'm not saying, I don't have a position as yet. I'm saying that that's the second work stream that we're looking at to say, what would the end state of the post office look like based on this new post office's amendment bill? Our strengths, Chair, is that we have an extensive network. When I did present to you, I showed you, this committee that, when you look at our physical footprint and then you map it on top of our digital footprint, we can cover 98% of the, the geographical area of South Africa. We love our internal strength, that we have strong government support with a very strong shareholder who's on this call, always there to support us. We have exclusive rights to deliver sub 1 kilogram parcels. And really, again, I want to touch on our intangible asset that you cannot quantify when you really look at it from a balance sheet perspective. A lot of times you look at the balance sheet and you see our physical assets and, you quantify it and you say, okay, this is your debtors, this is your fixed asset space, but that's not where SAPO's strength lies. SAPO's strength is actually in its intangible asset, the fact that we are able to touch South Africans and, probably no other SOE has that ability to have a touch point when you take our physical footprint, the ability on the digital footprint, and our last mile, the 2,000 postal services workers who are, on foot or motorbike that are able to touch South Africans. That is an intangible asset that you cannot quantify on our balance sheet, and that's really an internal strength. The threats that we have, and it's about how you convert these threats into opportunities, is, we face increasing competition, from more agile, more technically advanced private sector operators. And that's something that, we need to accelerate our curve in terms of an investment and getting SAPO fit for business in order to play in this competitive landscape. The second threat, we talk about it continuously, is globally. There is a decline in demand for the traditional postal services. But, when you look at the landscape of South Africa and the urban to rural ratio, while it is a decline globally, based on our landscape and emerging market, it's still relevant in terms of the rural landscape. Traditional postal remains very, very relevant. And as we deep dived and we looked at our opportunities, while it will always be a declining business, what you will see is there still will be an increase within a declining business as we improve on our efficiencies and are able to deliver on those postal services. It's the third market threat is the weak economic growth and the increasing cost of doing business. When you have regulated pricing, as we do, unfortunately, our cost base is not regulated. And our cost base is really heavily swayed towards fixed costs. We regard remuneration as a fixed cost. Then you look at our property portfolio, which is our own property, plus lease properties. Those are, embedded costs in the business and subject to increases, even if you just take CPI. So that is something that, we have to work at how we get our P&L more variable so that we become more agile and more receptive and are able to right size or reshape the business going forward so that we're always in a break-even position. Another threat is our e-commerce retailers. We can see they're establishing their own internal logistic capabilities. So it's a vertical within their business as they believe that, they can be more agile in delivering that. But what we've seen as we touched our competitor base is, yes, they can deliver their own internal logistics, but even the big players, Chair, they don't reach the same footprint that SAPO reaches nationally. Customer demand, the customer is becoming more focused and more on holding us accountable to faster delivery, real-time tracking. They want better customer services and they want to be in touch point. They want to know and they want to be informed all the time in terms of where is their parcels, where is their mail, and really SAPO in that state of readiness to be able to have that kind of communicative work stream. Chair, the one that keeps me awake at night because it's one that's very relevant and we've seen it, happening in not just in the public sector but also in private sector is cyber attacks. Cyber crime. Unfortunately, the very clever people, if they put their minds into something positive, we would be ahead of this, but these very clever people deciding go join the dark side of the world. And they're always a step ahead, Chair. So how do you stay on top of cyber attacks and cyber security and cyber crime? And, us being a national asset and the critical information that we hold, particularly in terms of citizens and their personal information, particularly their residence, their addresses, this is something that actually keeps me awake at night. And when we talk about, SAPO and the lack of investment that it had within itself in the past years, just due to, the business situation, if you have buildings that are not, kept in order and haven't been invested on, you have a poor ERP system, cyber and the need to protect your cybersecurity was not at the top of the pecking order in terms of an investment. So this is the one that's, very, very risky for the business. Our own internal weaknesses, Chair, is, our escalating operating costs, which are also tackled under, the threats. It's a matter that, can be within our control, but also not within our control in terms of CPI and how costs are accelerating. Our own internal weaknesses, as I touched on as well, is our outdated infrastructure and our inefficient processes. And we really need to think about how we become more nimble, more agile, to be a serious player in the markets that we would like to be playing in. Another weakness is our slow digital transformation. And, when I presented our strategy document, we showed that, while the world was moving very rapidly, SAPO had was so internal focused on its issues that we didn't transform at the pace that we should have transformed, and probably faster if we wanted to be the #1 player in terms of digital transformation. Chair, we have limited skills. You heard the business rescue practitioner referring to interim. It's actually acting CEO, acting CFO. We have multiple vacancies from a leadership perspective. So really, we have limited skills internally if we want to transform this business and we, want to modernize it. And then the last one, Chair, which is also the one, it seems all the last points are the one that keeps me awake at night, is our limited access to capital funding. This business would require some form of capital injection, whether it's in the form of a private partnership, whether it's in equity, whether we have the ability to raise our own funding on the strength of our balance sheet. Capital funding is imperative if we want to implement strategic initiatives. And if we want to achieve the numbers that Lenny will speak about later, we need a critical enabler in the business, which is how do we invest? That investment will take us into the ability to diversify our revenue stream. Our strategy, Chair, when we looked at strategy, we said, let's look at the country. What is this administration's objectives? And so, we looked at South Africa and we said, South Africa's objective is to transform into an equitable and an inclusive society. And then we looked at the National Development Plan and the roadmap. And then we looked at how SOEs will play into this, 5. And really, it's we stopped and we said, what does SAPO do in this space? And really, it's about a unified citizen-centric service delivery through a shared infrastructure. And we believe that our shareholder representative is in the right space to be able to leverage and integrate assets and to be able to catalyze digitalization. And SAPO can be that infrastructure service provider to not only our shareholder, the Department of Communications and Technologies, but also to state-owned entities on a broader level. Page down, Lenny. To transform the post office, again, I'm going to go through strategic objectives. We want to have enabled active services, delivering essential services like mails delivery, parcels, logistics, high-speed connectivity, and financial transactions. But, when we say enable active services, it's also about active services in terms of communication streams and collaboration streams with the consumer, with businesses, with government. We want to be real time. in essence, just real time. We want to be able to be communicative, open two-way communication, and we want our customers, we see our customers as not just being the consumer or South African citizens, we see it as being government, as other businesses. We want to be able to have that two-way communication stream and be able to, keep them all the time appraised of where our service delivery lies. With that comes the delivering on reliable services. I think reliability is the key here. Consumers don't mind paying what they have to pay if it's reliable. And so we believe that, we need to, that our touch point needs to be about reliable services. And our strategic objective is about forging strategic partnerships, leveraging our network to collaborate with private businesses, with government organizations, and just to be able to expand service offerings, so that we have this new revenue model and we have a transformed business. Our outcome, again, is to deliver high-quality services that supports economic growth. We want to foster social inclusion through accessibility of services and infrastructure. And this is not loose words. When we talk about accessible services, it's not accessible commercial services, but accessible social services as well, as we see ourselves as a key player within an integrated social service offering to the consumer. And again, I'm saying that, we would love to be the infrastructure service provider to government. We believe we have the foundation to, be that infrastructure service provider. Our strategic focus areas, and before we go into the APP and the numbers, it's about developing our workforce. You'll see that in our APP goals is really about how do we redeploy and train our workforce and upskill them and repurpose the workforce. And the second thing is about implementing an organizational culture change program. Chair, with everything that has happened, we need to be forward-looking, and I would love for us to be an ethical, high-performance culture in the organization. The keyword being on ethical and then high performance. I think when you achieve those two objectives, you'll achieve your end goal. And we do value our workforce as an asset to the organization. The second point is you will see in our APP that, governance for us is critical. We've implemented in the last 2 years our focus on internal controls and the internal environment. We want to resolve key audit findings. For me, it would be an absolute prize if we had an unqualified or a clean audit outcome, and we're on the road to that. And so really the focus is on how we improve our internal control environment. And Chair, SOEs have the best policies and the best procedures, but you need your workforce to adhere to those policies and procedures. So they're so integrated, your workforce and the strengthening of governance, if you want to achieve those key audit findings. The next one is, Chair, we would like to enhance our customer services, which I've touched on. We want to improve our productivity and efficiency. And all of that, Chair, goes into growing revenue and diversifying our revenue stream. One point that I didn't touch on was our healthy property portfolio, and it's about how we repurpose and reinvent that property portfolio so that we can improve the revenue stream, not just in rental income, but in other ways. We've seen, government collaboration. We do some work with the Department of Home Affairs, and, that can be a very healthy business if we, increase that or improved and grow that market section to the balance sheet. It also helps when we talk about the agility of our P&L, where you have rental income that matches your fixed costs. You actually are now right-fitting your profit and loss statement so that your income is matching the type of cost that you're holding into your business. Our strategic goal is to be financially stable. We don't want to come to the fiscus. I particularly do not like coming with a begging bowl. So we want to be financially stable. But in order to be financially stable, we have to get operationally efficient and effective. And really, we want to be a modernized player in the market. We want to be reckoned with. We want to be the key, the leaders actually in terms of the space that we are in. Thank you. Lenny? I'll hand over to the acting CFO to take us through the numbers. Lenny?
Thank you, Fatima. Good morning to the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. Good morning to the Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister. Good morning to the DG and the colleagues present. As the acting CEO was indicating in terms of the SAPO strategy, postal services still remains a key revenue stream. So the three key focus areas in terms of SAPO's revenues, postal services, we look at 2025 to 2029, it's growing and maintaining the postal services revenue. The uplift there is 547 million rand. The next key item is the key e-commerce revenue, which focuses on a 1.4 billion rand uplift in that revenue stream. And the third revenue stream is the digital revenue of 1 billion rand. And for digital revenue is, as we see the decline in mail revenue, we would see the growth in e-commerce and digital revenue. The next slide just depicts the revenue stream in 2024 and how it migrate in 2029. We can see the slightly reliance on postal services, and we'll see protect the revenue stream.
Mr. Governor, I think your concern is
I wanted to check if it's my connectivity or
No,
it's
it's not
Lenny's
your-
problem.
It's not your connectivity. Mr. Governor, your connection is not very good. May I suggest that you switch off your video and then try presenting with the video off, please?
Thank you, Chair. Is the sound better now, Chair?
Yes, it's much better. Thank you.
Apologies for the Chair. So, Chair, we look at, and all members, when you look at the revenue mix, when we cross from 2024, when we migrate to 2029, 2024 really 1.9 billion rand, and the
Mr. Governor, sorry, can you just go back to the previous slide and just take it a bit easy on that previous slide, the one where you gave us the projected revenues on the three revenues, the focus areas, please. Yes, start with this slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, in terms of the, and honorable members, in terms of the three revenue focus areas to migrate and to grow SAPO's profitability, the first area is postal services. As we see there's a decline in postal services, we would see the growth in e-commerce and digital revenue. We're still focused on retaining and growing the mail business revenue of postal services as SAPO modernizes its operations, and also, as the CEO indicating, our operation in terms of the delivery standards and improving the reliability. So 2029, there's growth in 548 billion rand in the postal services revenue over the period of 4 years. In terms of e-commerce revenue, which is focusing on the logistic and parcels revenue, projected growth of 1.4 billion rand. In terms of the digital revenue, which is another key revenue stream, 1 billion rand, which focuses on email, digital services, and e-registered communication. So in 2024, the revenue record is 1.9 billion rand, but having projected 2029, revenues forecast to grow to 5.2 billion rand. And you look at the key three revenue streams, one, services.
Mr. Governor, sorry, I have to step in. The quality of the sound is very poor now. Fatima, may I please seek your guidance how we're going to deal with this, because this is an important presentation, post office. We have allocated a quality amount of time for this discussion, and I think the sound is not good, Fatima.
Chair, through you, Lenny will continue presenting. I'll take over the presentation from here. If I'm able. Lenny, continue presenting, please. Lenny, can you present, please?
So I'm just trying to share.
Okay. Okay, I'll continue, Lenny. I'll talk through the presentation because you're not very audible. Chair, we touched on the revenue mix. Currently, when we look at our revenue mix at 1.8 billion, we see, postal services very dominant at 45%. And then we've got a small space of postal and courier and parcels business at 2%. And then there's financial services, as well as the property portfolio and digital revenue. Chair, while we're saying that the postal services is almost half the business, when you look at the pie and the size of how it's growing, while postal services at 45% becomes 28%, it still grows significantly in our pie chart. It's just because it's diversified that it becomes 28%. So the denominator grows, postal services grows, but because we're now saying that, we're going to concentrate and diversify our business so rapidly, postal services as a percentage decreases. And that's very important. It will decrease over a period of time, but it remains very relevant in the markets that we are, particularly in the rural area. So the new business, or the futuristic business for 2029, we see our revenue being around the 5 billion mark. Postal services will be 1/3 of it. As we have the sub 1 kg, mandate, we need to leverage off that. And our courier and our parcels business will then be 1/3. And the balance of it will then be, the digital channel financial services. Where we were very, very conservative is in terms of the property business, where we kept it at, the 2-3% of the total denomination of our business. However, Chair, that is the opportunity for us to repurpose the business and really, diversify that revenue stream and earn return on investment on our healthy property portfolio. So that is an area for growth. And that's how we see our revenue playing out in terms of a diversified. What's important here, Chair, is if we had to achieve this revenue stream, there needs to be an investment, whether it's through a partnership, capital injection, equity injection, raising funding on our own, the strength of our balance sheet. We need to make those investments to get SAPO fit for business in order to achieve this diversified revenue stream. What we also saw is that, when we ran our forecasting, is that, we forecast to be breaking even around 2027, 2028, which means that working capital stress that we feel, and we keep on coming back to government to say, please help us fund this organization, will fall away as we get return on investment from our diversified revenue stream. Rennie, page down. The forecasted income statement, Chair, as we take it through on a year-by-year basis from 1.8 billion, we see ourselves growing to 2.3 to 3.1, 4 billion, and then eventually at 5 billion. We are very agile in terms of our expenses, and the key here is to have deliberate focus on your expenses so that, one, you are receptive to your market. So the swing between fixed costs and variable costs is something that we need to look at. We'd like to have a more variable expense base. And really, it's about how we curb that expense base in order to, get return on investment from a profitability perspective. We also believe that we have right-sized in terms of our number of branches, the number of people. When I presented, in our closed session, we showed you that, we don't anticipate increasing our employee pool base. We think we're at the right position. And really, if we had to have any initiatives, they would come through the form of partnerships, strategic partnerships, and that's where the expenses would lie on a revenue sharing model. As I touched on, while we're 81 million in the red in 2027, we hope to close that gap and hopefully break even in 27. But by 28, Chair, we should be making profits. And that's that's where, we would like to be. So you're looking at 3 years going forward. That's, where we will have full return on investment. And SAPO will be a standalone entity that will not be requiring any further funding in the form of an equity injection. Page down, Lenny. From a financial forecast, our strategic focus is, again, to manage the decline in the traditional mail services. While it's a decline, it still remains relevant, which means we must not take our focus out of it. It's really about being efficient, being reliable, delivering on time, and being communicative. We need to drive growth in e-commerce and digital services and in our courier and parcels business. And we really need to balance between the declining revenue, declining legacy revenue, which is our first bullet point, and the emerging opportunities. Neither one can we take our eye off. It's about that balancing act. Traditional mail services, which is our bulk, franking, and registered mail, they will decline by 5 to 7% annually until 2025. But it's really about stabilizing this revenue stream from 2026, through modernizing operations, being able to digitally track our delivery. And then it's about, conservative growth in our philately business, our envelope business, and optimizing on registered mail. Our growth area remains our international mail and parcels, particularly parcel volumes. That is still very, very relevant. We've lost market share to private operators in that space, and we really need to get that business back. Our target in terms of our courier business is, again, business to consumer market share, and really to try to gain 25% of consumer to consumer market share in the next 5 years. Our new revenue from connectivity services in the underserved area, we believe that is an opportunity. It's also an area for economies of scale to the department. And our show, which is an hybrid mail, remains very, very relevant to us to boost our revenue stream. From a cost perspective, our staff cost this year has reduced by 28%. Via Section 189 and a salary freeze. We haven't given increases, bonuses to staff, I don't know for how many years back. But, as we try to attract, retain, and maintain talent, that whole strategy around our employees, we would have to revisit. But in revisiting it, we'd have to have the revenue stream to fund that, because you want to attract good talent. And, we've got vacancies, as I've alluded to. So how do you attract the right talent to fill in those vacancies and be competitive as an employer to retain your talent and grow your talent? But at the same time, our cost optimization, it's not about just optimizing and reducing costs. It's about how you are able to pay for the costs should you decide to change your strategy. We've planned for a 4% salary increase year on year, which is aligned to inflation. Our transport strategies are underway already. We know that there will be an initial investment cost, but that initial investment cost will result in economies of scale, and you'll have savings in subsequent years. And I spoke about, our property portfolio. How do we reinvent and repurpose that property portfolio to unlock a revenue stream, which we've already been very, very conservative on. Digital transformation is core. It's critical. SAPO is very, very antiquated. So it's about how we think about, getting the right investment in terms of our IT systems, the right skills for those IT systems and the infrastructure. You want to have a platform that if you have a private partnership, there's confidence from your partner to plug into your system and continue operations. So you're growing, you're growing your digital infrastructure, not through investing, but leveraging off some your partnership. But today, SAPO is not ready for that. I spoke about cybersecurity, cybercrime, and just being fit for purpose. We're not there. So digital transformation just remains so core if you want to be a key player. Security costs, is critical based on our business model and what we do. So we've anticipated that there will be a growth. But as you get more digital and as you get more sophisticated, the type of security costs that you need transforms from being a physical security cost into a more IT cyber security cost. International charges, again, will increase due to growing cross-border volumes, so there will be an increase of about 6%. We've anticipated that in our forecast. Page down, Lenny. This capital investment program is not new to this committee. There needs to be an investment. When we had an ask, or there was the magic number of 3.8 billion. At that time we ran and we said, what would we do with 3.8 billion? We knew there was a need to plug working capital until we could break even. But really, there needed to be an investment in the business of about 2.3 billion of that money would have went into investing the business. Our current constraints is our antiquated, outdated, incompatible systems and our equipment. Our branches are deteriorating, you know, on a daily basis. We think, you know, and we don't have planned maintenance. We didn't have the luxury of planned maintenance. So really, when you think about the branches, everything is done on an emergency basis. If something's broken, we'll go and fix it. That's not how you should be running a fixed assets program. You should be understanding that every 6 months, every year, every 3 years, these are the things we're going to fix in a planned maintenance form. So our branches have missed on that planned maintenance, and therefore they're deteriorating, and we need to fix them. And, you know, they need to look professional. We need to have an efficient your mail processing system. At the moment, it's inefficient because of its antiquated, inefficient. So, you know, that's something that we need to invest in. And again, now, if we want to play in the courier business, particularly, we have an outdated logistics fleet. So it's poor vehicle maintenance. You know, we don't have a mobility solution technology in place to be communicative from a two-way technology perspective to the consumer. So that's something, those are the investments that we're talking about, you know, which leads to the arrow on the right-hand side. That just tells you, you know, these are our current state. This is our future state. We need this investment in order to, you know, be able to provide on a universal service delivery and achieving that digital transformation. Page down, Lenny. Okay, so if you've, you know, perused the slide, you will see that this year we were very, very nimble in terms of what objectives we are setting ourselves for our annual performance plan. And Chair, we targeted 3 areas. We said, you know, if you achieve these 3 areas, you would accelerate where you need to be in your end state. So number 1 is productivity. And in productivity, we said, let's look at our revenue generation and diversification. You know, what do we want to achieve quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4, so that we are able to achieve those budgeted revenues. And this included our interest and sundry revenue. But again, we were very conservative in property revenue, conservative because it requires a significant investment if you want to get that return on investment. The second thing is we said we want to, you know, look at our profit streams. It's not just about revenue. Businesses always target the top line, forget the bottom line. We want to be able to, you know, look at the profit streams that we derive from the property portfolio and really be deliberate about it. So we separated property from the, you know, the rest of our diversified revenue streams. You can see there's no target in quarter 1, and we have very conservative growth for this year, but we would like to achieve 12.5% growth in our property revenue. The third point is, again, on productivity. Productivity, you know, it's about our operational expenses within the budgeted allocation. You know, for now, we're saying whatever we've budgeted, we want to be within those streams. I would like us to be, you know, below them. But for now, we're just saying, you know, let's really be within the budget. And the last one is to be able to have our delivery standards. So really, per ICASA's regulations, we want to be able to maintain those delivery standards. We haven't been great at it. So again, it goes into how do we become more efficient, more reliable. This next theme that we had that targets our productivity. The next theme that we had is our workforce, you know, which is a critical asset to the business. It's about achieving a workforce wellness program. You know, in one of our previous committees, we spoke about, you know, the workforce is distressed. They have, you know, when you look at what's outstanding in the business rescue plan, it's really paying, you know, the statutory creditors. So you look at their previously distressed pension medical aids. They didn't get increases. They've been through a Section 189. There's been VSP programs, you know. So really, it's about taking care of our employees, building that stability, but having a work program again on how do we attract the right talent, how do we maintain the right talent, and how do we grow that talent within the organization. SAPO is large enough, and it has been that you can provide career pathing for employees throughout their lives. And so we should be looking at how do you bring in employees from the entry level and how do you grow them into leadership level over a period of time, whether it's 10 years, 15 years. We need to be deliberate in terms of how we take care of our employees. And the second one, in terms of workforce engagement, is to achieve, how do we achieve and develop performance objectives and targets? And again, Chair, I will touch on, it's going to go into the governance as well. We can have the best policies, the best procedures. It's about how we create that ethical high performance culture. People operate within and adhere to our policies and procedures and understand what our objectives are, and everybody, targets that, because collectively we can achieve what we want to achieve. Page down, Lenny. Corporate governance is core. We've had disclaimer opinions, particularly on going concern. And so really, it has been a focus area, when you look at 22-23 versus 23-24 audits, there has been, although it's still a disclaimer based on going concern, the number of audit findings has decreased. And we want to continue with that decrease in audit findings so that there's a minimum of less than 5 opinion paragraphs from the Auditor General. We understand that going concern will be topical for the next few years as we try to break even. So until then, Chair, we will live with the going concern paragraph, but we want minimal findings in terms of our environment. Then, we do operate under the Public Finance Management Act. So it's about how we show improvement on irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Again, if you get those right, they feed into how you achieve your plan. So really, we've made significant initiatives in terms of getting our structure right so that we really are preventative, not detective, from compliance with Public Finance Management Act. And then, Chair, one of the objectives is really deregistering our Korean Faith company. It is dormant, and it's filed with CIPC for the deregistration. Page down, Lenny. Our critical success factors to achieving the numbers is the buy-in, the political buy-in at all levels, so that it enables us. We need advocates, we need champions for our cause, this committee being one of them, really to buy into our strategy and really be advocates for us going forward. So I think that buy-in is very, very important. We need an investment. 3.8 billion is the magic number. But when we talk about an investment, it's not an investment in multiple forms can make up the magic number. So, but we still would need that investment just to get the business into a right size. We need an oversight team. We spoke about our, the BRs. It's not supposed to be a permanent solution to the organization. So we really need an oversight function that holds us accountable, that capable team that's on your other side of the presentation, that holds this team accountable in terms of delivering efficiently, effectively, reliably, that is able to monitor our progress from an oversight perspective, and I don't like the word interference, but who's engaged with us, and really fostering an environment of accountability. The next critical buy-in is, service delivery integration. I think SAPO, as we touched on, is a critical infrastructure service provider to government. And it's really about how we are able to integrate our service delivery, and that the two top blocks go hand in hand. The more advocates we have, the more champions we have to our cause, we believe we can break down that integrated service delivery so much easier, because it is siloed, it is pillared. There are different mandates within different ministries. And so it's about how we sell our business model and able to, have that SOE service delivery integration. We need a capable team. I touched on that. There's lots of acting roles. There's multiple vacancies, particularly at a leadership level. So really, we need a capable team who subscribe to our end goal and are motivated and want to take this business out once we come out of business rescue, to continue with the strategy and really be implement. The key here is to be able to implement the turnaround strategy. And one of our critical success factors will remain partnerships. We understand we can't do it on our own, but partnerships will allow us to have access to greater resources, expertise, innovation, to be able to be a key player in that logistics and postal market. Page down, Lenny. Again, what do we see ourselves as? We see ourselves, when you look at this administration, as being able to have the job creation. While I touched on job creation, within SAPO, we think we've reached the magic number or the right number in terms of employee base. Job creation goes beyond SAPO. It goes into how, if we diversify and increase our business through our partnership model, there'll be job creation there. When you look at our public, our platform that said consumer, government, and businesses, as we grow our revenue stream, when you look at the entire value chain, as that value chain grows, indeed, there will be that job creation. And when you also go back through that for me, that's a very important slide that talks to the people, the government sector, and businesses. As they interact with each other, you'll have your inclusive economic growth. And SMMEs in the business, in that business space, is a key enabler to that growth and success, and the access to underserved markets. And with all of that, you'll get your developmental state, because in the developmental state, particularly in your government to government business, you bring SAPO as that infrastructure service provider, brings government services closer to the citizens through a nationwide network. And if we get it right, the service delivery, the enablement, all of that happens. Again, we spoke about that 3.8 billion being the magic number, but really it's about getting SAPO, invested in SAPO, so that we can modernize our service delivery, we can drive that diversification. In that will enhance the quality and service of life of South Africans. We will achieve our financial sustainability, and we'll be fit for purpose. And I didn't take the number 1 to 5 in order, because they're not in order. Each of them, you achieve them simultaneously, but you will achieve them in your end state, you'll achieve all of them. And that's the critical, when you think about how this investment is going to play out. It's not about we'll achieve financial sustainability when we achieve modernized service delivery. That's not how it works. How it works is, as you achieve, whether it's 5 and 3 or 2, all of them will eventually materialize to the end state of SAPO that's financially sustainable and very fit for purpose. But in that, you'll get your developmental state, your job creation, and your inclusive economic growth. They've all interrelated, Chair. Thank you. Page down. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Acting CEO, and thank you, Acting CFO, for that presentation. Honorable members, what we will do is we will take all 3 presentations, and then we will have the engagement thereafter. We now call upon the chairperson of Postbank, Mr. Kaya Ngema, to lead us into the presentation by the Postbank.
Thanks, Chair. Apologies. Thanks, Chair. We're going to have a presentation by the CE. So, Chair, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and DCDT leadership, Postbank leadership, and colleagues on the call. We're going to have a presentation by the CE. And as I think, as the Chair said at the beginning, we did present. We did some work in trying to sharpen the business plan. We're in the midst of the stabilize and build of the bank, and we're continuing to do that. I think we're making progress on that, and we're even beginning to look into issues that begin to talk about growth. But obviously, we still have to consolidate the stabilize and build. We also then are looking into, okay, I see the CE is asking for sharing rights. We also are looking into sharpening the business focus, especially the strategy execution side, so that we have focused execution in terms of the strategy that we have. But without further ado, Chair, I'm going to hand over then to the CE to take us through the process, and we'll come back during the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. I'm trying to open up my video. There we go. Where does it turn on? There we go. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair of the committee, honourable members of the committee, honourable Minister, honourable Deputy Minister, the DG and DDG, and my colleagues from the other entities, and also those who are accompanying me from Postbank. I do have the CFO, our audit executive, our parliamentary liaison joining us, and our strategy office also joining us. Chair, thank you again for the opportunity to present the strategy from Postbank. We do have a summarized version, a carefully crafted version, because we're mindful of sharing the full version of our strategy, because we do recognize as well that this is a public platform, and therefore you wouldn't want to share that in its entirety. But of course, happy to share the fuller version to the rest of the Portfolio Committee should it be needed. But I think what we're sharing is adequate enough to talk to what we do need. Chair, please confirm, or someone please help me confirm if the presentation is showing on the screen.
I can see the presentation, the cover, and I can hear you and see you clearly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Okay, so let me go. So the presentation, like I said, we've summarized it, but I think it talks to the pertinent issues. I think first and foremost, just a reminder of the mandate of the Postbank, and also just our SWOT analysis. And again, the reason we say updated here, Chair, our strategy is a 5-year strategy. So for the next 5 years, and I think now in year 2, we're entering into year 2 of the strategy, we just update that with relevant being informed, of course, by the external environment or any changes that we may receive internally as well, and direction from our board, and also what's happening within the business. So our strategic focus, our vision, and again, the strategy, and then we'll talk about our execution plan. How do we plan to execute this, and the timelines, and a little bit touch of where we feel and believe we're at, so whether we are proceeding according to plan, which I absolutely believe we are. And then this annual's plan to execute on the strategy. What are we going to focus on for this current financial year, and how will we know we're winning? Of course, our aspirations into the long term. Like I said, it's a 5-year plan. So where do we see finally in 5 years? How does Postbank look like, and how will we know we are succeeding in that manner? And the key enablers, and of course, the top risks that we believe could hinder the strategy. But of course, we have the responsibility to manage as well. My apologies. So we have, I think, the considerations that I want to take into here, share here, because of time as well, mindful of time. But in terms of just constructing our strategy, we've looked at the external environment using what I think everyone is very aware of, the PESTEL analysis. Internal perspective, we've looked at the sub-variation notice at the time, because we think it's quite important, and of course also reflected on what we believe we're doing well, and where our performance and we could improve. Key assumptions going forward, that, well, when we constructed this, we highly believe that we would resolve all conditions of the variation notice, which we believe we have, be as it may. We are ending with this sub in terms of what they may require of us going forward, but absolutely that was the right assumption. I think the lifting of the variation notice, that's a technical, because variation notice 3 to an extent has been lifted, but the sub, of course, I think we might have not shared in this forum. where we at with that. I don't think we did formally, so perhaps we'll touch on that as well. The declining interest rate, that was something that's important for us, as we do have depositors of all close to 3 million. And that, of course, we will remain as a Schedule 2 entity. And I think the separation from SAPO is no secret, and that remains. And I think, again, the SASA MSA, which is a critical business for us, was that it will still run into at least this financial year. The one thing that I've always touched and I always include, Chair, in terms of our strategy is this picture, because there's always this question that is asked every time we talk about a state bank, we talk about Postbank, that the journalists will ask is that, does South Africa need another bank? Which is a quite interesting question, because we know that retailers, as we sit, they're busy applying for banking licenses, they're converting their operations to incorporate financial services, and it's happening across every retailer. That's part and parcel of their strategy. We know that there are insurance companies that just acquired their full commercial license. We know that even the current, I think one of the top 5 banks is now also saying they are pivoting to more business banking, because they do believe that is still a market that is not fully resolved or fully serviced. We know that the kinds of, we have medical schemes who have just opened banks. Currently, we have every year there's new banks that are opening within South Africa, within financial services or fully commercial or fintechs. And I think this question whether a bank is still needed in South Africa is quite odd, because it's only directed when we're talking about Postbank and we're talking about a state bank, and it's quite interesting in my view. So I wanted to touch on that and just leave that open with that absolutely there's a need for a bank for banking services in South Africa. If not for this picture that I'm showing you, that if especially a state bank, because this is the criticality of a bank within an economy, that it is fundamentally in the center of creating or improving all these economic challenges, because the bank is part of this cycle. I won't go into it because I think I've shared it before, but I thought let me just start with that, Chair, that absolutely, fundamentally, South Africa needs a state bank, and Postbank is positioning itself absolutely as that bank. And I think we absolutely at the right stage and starting point to prove that we should be. And again, slightly touching on this, where it has been proven across the world, we always use India as one of those, because it's a developing state. I think it's fair to compare with India, where India, in 15 years of having a state bank, what they measure as a multidimensional poverty index, which touches on 3 dimensions: poverty, monetary poverty, education, and basic infrastructure, which basically, literally in those 3 terms, defines where South Africa is at. I think we admit we have infrastructural challenges. We have poverty that we're still dealing with. We still have education that we're dealing with, let alone the other challenges that we have, crime and everything else. But those are fundamentally the 3 that, if we do deliver on them, we believe that at least we'll see an improvement. And as soon as India introduced a state bank, this multidimensional MPI improved in 15 years from just 55, being high as 55, and reduced to 16.4%, just because of how a state bank operates versus what you will get in commercial, well, in privately owned banks, and what their mandate and what their strategy normally is focused on. And this was just some of the things that they shared, but I think the model in particular, what makes a state bank different from that of any private bank, is actually how the model is, and how absolutely that the government becomes a majority stakeholder. and then the relationship between the central bank and the State of India's bank, the Bank of India, State Bank of India, the preference in terms of how they credit and accreditation of central government ministries, and how they work and become the bank for those ministries, and then of course provided financial services through subsidiaries and a different way of products and offering different products and different how they show up in different or in the cycles that we find ourselves, the economic cycles that we find ourselves, which every bank currently reacts the same. If we have COVID, if we have issues, every bank will do what we call in banking, close their taps. Whereas sometimes what you need is actually the opposite. If a business is struggling because the whole economy is struggling, then it cannot be that the only source of help is also then closing their taps, which means the whole economy is suffering. And also then it means you risk those businesses closing in particular. And it happens as well with individuals when we're all struggling. It just means that every bank needs to structure differently to absorb some of that risk, but also not to be reckless, to balance that very carefully. And I think that's really why there's a need for a state bank still in South Africa, because that does not exist at all. As the mandate rightfully that was put in Postbank, that we should, and I think let me use the next slide, because I think this slide I prefer better, because the state bank, having a state bank in South Africa does not mean that we're going to be reckless, does not mean that we believe that it should be that a bank that lends recklessly, operates recklessly, and only because it's using the fiscal to support it. I think the mandate that's been given to Postbank is clear, that Postbank needs to be commercially sustainable. It needs to be able to stand on its own. And I need to also emphasize at this point that as such, Postbank has never been funded, has never been bailed out in any way or format or sort. And the fact that the mandate says that we need to be commercially sustainable at the same time socially profitable, and therefore we need to add value to society and be mindful and not operate as only to make profits, but sustainable in a manner that ensures continuity of the mandate that we have, but not necessarily only the mandate of making profits. That's the mandate of Postbank. And then, of course, I touched a little bit on the challenges. So where do we see some of the strengths, opportunities? I've highlighted those that I thought, let me focus on. I think let's start on the weaknesses and the threats. Well, we still need capital injection. There is no business, it has never been done that anyone is asked to create something and there's no capital injection to do that. No business has ever been built by using what I call using their income statement. No business, let alone a bank. And I think the history in South Africa has also proven every bank that we've seen in the last 10 years, last 15 years, there had to be capital injection. And some of them took as long as 7 years to actually see the return on those, because as you build, it means that there's a period at which you're going to have to put money in rather than money coming out. So Postbank does absolutely need capital injection. And of course, won't run into it. I think we wouldn't be needing this had we not lost, unfortunately, the 4.2 billion that we did lose as exposure that we had to SAPO. We wouldn't need this, but we are here where we're at. And our view of this is not only a view as currently, and I think the discussions, even the discussions with National Treasury, there are discussions that can we go externally to look for capital injection without necessarily dissolving the shareholders' majority stake in the bank, which is ongoing conversation. I think within the capacity internally, whether it's skills that we still have, the culture, that's still a challenge. Our customer, as much as we have close to 6 million customers, I think the type of customer that we have, I was sharing now with my exco with one of the other banks, big but not considered part of the big five. they have a customer base that is as big as ours, but because they have a totally different type of customer who can take a home loan, who can afford a home loan, who can afford to take credit, who can afford to take more, or even the use of the account, the transactional account, they are absolutely much more profitable than we are. But the customer base is literally almost the same. I think they're around just close to 7 million, and we are 6 million customers. So the type of customer that you have, it's not only about the customer that you have, but it is also about the type of customer that we have. And we identify that in Postbank. Over reliance on third parties, that's still something. Luckily for us, we have now a CIO, we have an IT strategy that has been signed off by our board, so we are managing this risk. And then I think on the threats side, of course, there's competition. Like I said, everyone is opening a bank currently, whether you're a retailer. In fact, even telcos are currently opening financial services. We've seen what MTN is doing. At some point, I consulted for Telkom as they were thinking of opening a bank themselves, but they do insurance now. They do some financial services to an extent, as we know that people are offered, which is called a value-added service, but it is quite a financial services that you can take airtime on credit. So and they're expanding that. So that competition is expanding every day. Cybercrime in banking is inherent within banking. It's increasing as we move to digital capabilities as banks. It's not only for Postbank, it's across. So that will always remain a threat and a challenge for banks. I've spoken about employee culture, that it can absolutely be a benefit, but it can be a threat to your strategy. I think there's a saying that culture eats strategy for breakfast, because you can have the best strategy, but if your culture is not where it should be, then your strategy is useless. Strengths that we have, of course, the same capacity, but we do have some stars. We absolutely believe that we have talent within Postbank. If we didn't, I don't think we would have seen the bank still standing as it is. There's a lot of perseverance within our culture. Our staff have been through a lot, and yet they're still around. Technology legacy, we're lucky that we don't have that, so we have an opportunity to build the bank that we want versus the other banks that have been there for more than 20 years, some more than 30 years, that the technology legacy tends to be a challenge. Proudly, I think for the first time in Postbank, we could say we have an appropriately skilled leadership, especially at the Exco level, and starting to build the next level after that. I think within Exco, as it is, we're sitting with over 100 years as combined experience between us within banking, and we all come from the private sector, all of us. So which means that we've been through the seasons of banking. We've been through the different. We all come from different banks, so we've seen different strategies, we've seen different challenges and different wins, and we're proudly bringing that, and joined Postbank to bring that into the bank. We believe there's still a deep connection that we have as a state bank, and I think South Africans really are still have a love-hate relationship with state-owned entities, because they have a trust that the government will protect them because it's state-owned. But at the same time, I mean, it's no secret that people do feel and do believe sometimes that there is a challenge in terms of delivery, execution, and consistently good customer experience, and we recognize that. And therefore, opportunities, and with all of that, what are opportunities there that we believe? We believe that we can still diversify the income streams of Postbank. There's an opportunity. It is always an easier task to acquire customers than to retain customers. And we believe that for us, we have a great opportunity to acquire customers. And of course, we recognize the challenge thereafter, that we will have to retain them. A high vacancy rate is an opportunity. We do see it as an opportunity for us. simply because it allows us to bring the capabilities that we need rather than having to sit with a lot of people and then you have to restructure and then impact people, ending up with people losing their jobs. We talked about technology legacy and the opportunities there to reimagine what this bank could be. And you will see in our strategy and in fact in our APP, we are absolutely taking advantage of all of these opportunities that we see. So what's our mission and our vision? I'll run quickly through this because I know that we've shared this as well. So how do we see Postbank into the future and how do we believe that everyone should see Postbank into the future? We believe that we want to be trusted. This is very important to us, especially that we are a public sector entity. Therefore, we believe trust is important, but particularly even more because a bank, and you'll see as I talk that one of the challenges that society has with banking is that they don't trust banks. They don't trust that my money will still, that there won't be unnecessary fees or high fees that I know nothing about, that no one has taken time to make me understand. So trust is quite important for us, being a partner, both for our suppliers, those who partner with us, but also our customer and government. We believe this partnership philosophy is important for us. And of course, ultimately doing that to ensure that we enable South Africans to realize their full potential. We hold this very dear to us, that we will not we are not here to make people wealthy. We are not here to promise that we'll make you rich, but we absolutely are here to say we believe there's a lot of potential within South Africa. And if our role is to enable people to realize that potential. And of course, as an overall, that because we are a government entity and we care about what government cares about, and therefore making a difference in terms of the culture within South Africa and social prosperity. How do we plan to do that within our mission? We plan to do that by ensuring that we provide access to banking that is secure and digitally enabled. And of course, for us not to design things that we believe will service us, but that are fit for purpose, ensure that they solution the customer's problems. And if we believe that if we do those 6 things, then we will see the vision. We will see the vision that we have of Postbank into the future and creating this trusted partner that enables prosperity, social prosperity, and help people realize their future. And again, I think people always assume Postbank will only operate in the lower income segments. No, Postbank will. We have an ambition, absolutely, as we already have customers who are in the lower and the middle segment. And therefore, that is our target segment. Most probably, that we don't see it now in the next 5 years us doing wealth banking or private banking, but definitely servicing the middle and the class below that in banking. We do see ourselves in business banking as well, and of course, servicing public sector as a bank. So what is what are the problem statements that believe that again that we want to answer to? There's 4 problem statements that Postbank wants to be an answer to in order to fulfill our mandate and fulfill our vision and our mission. The first problem statement is to provide financial inclusion. And for us, there's 3 dimensions that touch on financial inclusion. One is access to banking. It's important because I think people, again, when they talk about financial inclusion, which is, then they say most South Africans have a banking account, but is it accessible in a manner that's most convenient for the customer? Are they given access to the full suite of what a bank should and could provide to them? Is it accessible enough that it provides for solutioning what your problem is? So for us, that's what access is. Usage, again, is everything that we provide useful for the customer, that they use it? Because if customers only, as again, we know in South Africa that most customers have a banking account, but they use it as a post box. Money comes in and they take out one time, and therefore they don't use what a bank should be solutioning for them. So therefore, usage of our products is important for us, and the quality of what we offer is also important for us. And that's for us what financial inclusion is. I've already touched on in some of the problem statements that we do talk about. I think it is a well-known phenomenon that most people, 67% of South Africans believe that banks are still too expensive. There's customers that believe that banks, they cannot trust banks, and under business banking, as much as 81% of SMEs have access to banking, but they find it quite difficult to actually have access to the full suite of what bank should offer them, especially credit and insurance for that matter. They still cannot get credit facilities. I think I've touched on that. And then in the public sector, again, I think this was always said that I think this was a statement made by our minister, finance minister, that the SOEs are still failing to meet their funding requirements due to their low credit quality. And when someone has a low credit quality, it's not only because of mismanagement, but sometimes it is actually the responsibility of a bank in terms of educating them, in terms of ensuring that they have products that actually can accommodate their needs. And we believe that a state bank, Postbank, can come in to resolve that. So that's the problem statement that we want to resolve. And that's what part of our strategy is that we want to therefore resolve these problems by ensuring financial inclusion. And I'll talk a little bit in terms of how we believe we can resolve some of this, as much as I mentioned some of them here at the bottom. So we want to provide accessibility. We want to connect differently with the society, value-added services, affordability, the kind of products that we have that ensure that they increase usage again. Agency banking just means we want to be part of the community in terms of how we resolve the business banking, but also touch the fuller community. So that's how we want to resolve this. And then the second problem statement that we're talking about is relating to how do we only not provide individual solutions, but also whatever Postbank stands for is touching the community. Because if our ambition, as I talked about in our vision, is social sustainability and benefit into the society and resolving the 5 statements, problem statements that government talks about, then it means that Postbank needs to make an impact in the community. And we believe we can make that through growing SMEs, through working with businesses within communities, because as you grow businesses, it means that they provide, for instance, employment within that community. They change the whole community in terms of social aspects of the community, in terms of people and how they live, provision, they impact even further in terms of if you provide education, which goes again back to the cycle that I showed before, that if you then impact an SME, a business, and you make sure that that business exists going forward, then that business pays taxes back to government, and government can take those taxes to build infrastructure, to help with unemployment and all these challenges that we have in South Africa. And therefore, that's why for us, SMEs, the focus on SMEs in order to impact the community is quite important. And again, we talk about specialized SME business financing, because currently for every SME, whether you go to any bank, how you apply for credit, how you get credit is the same across. And therefore, for us, is how do we create and differentiate in terms of how we help SMEs. I always make what is probably not the best example, but it's a real example as to the opportunity for banking within South Africa and the impact. Although this one probably is not so positive, but if it was done positively, you could see the impact on the community. Again, touching back as to does South Africa need banking facilities? If South Africa did not need banking facilities, I think first of all, the machinistas of this world will cease to exist if banking really did provide to our communities what they really need to do. And yet they haven't. They still exist, they still thrive within our society, they're still abusing our society, they're still taking advantage of our society. But what the reason machinistas as well do exist is because they do one thing, and one thing well, is that, in fact, perhaps they do touch on these aspects of financial inclusion, is that they're accessible, they live within the community, they understand the community, they understand what product a person, and I say product, a person will need, and the usage of that product, because people go to them over and over again. And luckily for us, banking is regulated. Luckily for us that we have the likes of our regulators that regulate banking, and therefore we won't abuse that. Not that it was an ambition at all from our side, but I think for me it also illustrates the lack of proper banking within South Africa. The fact that our poor people still have to rely on the machinistas of this world to access what a bank should really be giving them. But I think again we talk about sorry, Chair.
Sorry, see, I just want to remind you that you did start at 10:30, and I have allocated 40 minutes for presentation, but I'll allow you to 11:15. And I know you spent quite a bit of time in terms of talking about the need for the State Bank, but it is my hope that you'll also talk to the 5-year plans and the 25-26 plans in your allocated time. So around about 10:15 at the latest 10:20, I'd like you to hand back to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Noted, Chair. So the third part of our strategy is absolutely around planning for the future and protecting what people have already accumulated. We believe this is such a gap within South Africa. We don't have a savings culture within South Africa. That's one thing that we lack. But at the same time, besides the savings culture, it's such an unfortunate thing that our people, whatever they accumulated, which is the reason, or it's so difficult to accumulate wealth in South Africa, because they do not have the capability to protect. We've seen it, we see it now, we're probably going to see it now during winter when there's fires, when there's floods, people lose everything and then they have to be accommodated in halls because they never had the protection, which is probably what insurance, if sold properly, if done properly, should do for our society. So that's a gap that we believe we want to close, but also saving for the future and planning for the future. We've seen it with students who pass with flying colors, and yet they are unable to go to varsity. And again, talks to this thing that is there a need for a bank. If there was provision for that, we would still not be sitting with that in South Africa. Which brings me to the last ambition of our strategy, is to ensure financial literacy. And for us, financial literacy is something that is said that still within such an economy that is quite advanced in South Africa, we still have to do this financial literacy, but it's still needed. And therefore our ambition is that at some point in the future, financial literacy will not be a strategy for any bank. And how do we close that? And we believe that you start by ensuring that those students that are still in high school, that are still in their early years, are educated so that when they become the grandmothers and the grandparents in the future, they can educate their own kids. And that's really the 4 pillars of our strategy. As we put it here, that our strategy on a page. And again, in terms of how we do this, literally in one line, we want to differentiate from how bank provide all of these things in the market. And we don't share that in detail here because simply, I think that's the secret of our bank in terms of how do we believe we do, how do we create different products, how do we create a different way of connecting to the society, how do we increase usage. That's really at the core of the detail of our strategy. In terms of our roadmap, we are still in the stabilize and build phase, and we literally have delivered on this. I think Postbank absolutely has stabilized. We're starting to build as we have signed off our IT strategy to build even our infrastructure, but we've already started building. We have call centers, we've stabilized our IT. We're producing a profitable year this last financial year, which set us up nicely to move into our growth stage where we invest more and put on more products. And ultimately, after another 18 months, we want to start then to be creative and differentiate completely. Chair, then let me run quickly to our strategic, our APP. Then for the year, what's our focus for the year? Our focus for the year is to deliver on our financial performance. These are the measures that we want to deliver on, increasing as we grow into our growth stage, bringing more business into Postbank in order to diversify the business. We want a positive customer experience. There's focus in terms of how we improve customer experience within the bank, and therefore enhancing our products that we offer, and also just financial literacy because it touches on the customer. And then employee, focus on employee. That's our third objective. Focus on employee. I've talked about the culture. I've talked about the skills. I've talked about the gap in terms of skills, the vacancies that we have. So that's our focus in terms of how do we change the culture, how do we provide better employee value proposition. I think we've started on this already in this year. We've done different things, many things to ensure employee. We've introduced EAP, we've tried to align all our employees within the new salary brackets. We've introduced performance management. We're bringing in new talent. And then the fourth one, operational efficiency in terms of how we do things. We know now currently Postbank has a very high cost to income ratio, which talks about efficiencies. So the focus in terms of operational efficiency is still there. How to review processes, how we ensure controls are put in place. But in particular, I think the fifth one, good governance, risk and compliance. That's also important for us. How do you improve on this? Of course, the long term of Section 16, acquiring that, but again, managing the risk that we sit with and improve the controls. We've highlighted 6 success factors in terms of how we'll know how we'll win, but this just touches on the acquiring that commercial license, financial inclusion, which just measures the things that we said we focus on. I think for me, let me just touch on what are our key strategic enablers and the key risk, and then I'll close there, Chair. Capital injection is absolutely an enabler. New capabilities, expanded capacity was needed within the bank. And then the capitalization, I think capitalization is key on the bank. I think people always think the Section 16 license is one of the top. It is absolutely a key enabler. But for the next 2 years, this is not necessarily. Postbank is on a journey to try and acquire licenses that allows us to do even more on our growth phase of our strategy. But the Section 16 license is an ultimate, but we do believe that once we acquire other licenses that enable us to do more products, they will help us towards our strategy. Risk, I think the risks are across mainly of these risks are inherent for any bank, but they quite a risk for us as well, residual in a sense within Postbank. Strategy execution, if you don't have skills, then you're going to struggle executing reputational. And of course, managing the political landscape, because we do realize that we are in SOE. Concentration and liquidity, as much as we improved as we closed the last financial year, and we'll share these when we share our financials from last year, that we've improved our liquidity. Postbank is no longer technically insolvent at all. And I think our numbers will show that. Technology and business disruption. I've spoken about cybercrime around people, governance, regulatory compliance, and then in third party and partnerships, because we do currently sit with quite a high reliance on those, and we're managing those. And that's it, Chair. That's it. Thank you very much.
The CEO, there was a slide I saw that you skipped through in regards to the numbers for the next 5 years. Can you just go through that? I think it was the slide before the slide on enablers.
Okay. Chair. Yeah. So these are our ambitions into the next 5 years. So we absolutely want to be have a profit before tax in the next 5 years. Like I said, we're entering into 500 million. Happy to again to share that for the first time in 3 years, Postbank will deliver a positive PBT for the last financial year. Be that as it may, it's under 100 million, but I think it's a good starting point. But it will not be sustainable if we don't have capital injection. That our deposit books should we want to increase it, almost double it, because currently we're sitting at about 9 billion of people who deposit their money with us. Advances, which means that this is probably loans, credits, credit cards normally that relates to that. So in year 5, we want to have that type of products that we give. We offer up to 1 billion of our advances, and our cost to income, like I said, currently it's sitting at over 100, and therefore we're going to improve on that as well. And then number of customers, currently we are sitting to close to 6 million, but again, it's the type of customer that we're going to measure ourselves on, that we want to increase by a further 1 million of our customers in the next 5 years. Revenue growth, we're saying that we should have 8% in terms of the top line of the bank. It should increase by 8 million. This is just in percentages. That talks to the previous slide. And I think what's important for us, again, the employee tenure, we want to see that our employees are with Postbank at least 5 years, and happy with the bank and how we treat them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CE. Chairperson of Postbank, is there any additions before I close the presentation on Postbank? Mr. Ngema?
Thanks, Chair. No, we good, Chair. We good, Chair, for now. We'll come back in the conversation at the discussion stage. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. That was the
Today, Acting Chair, can you hear us?
Chair is muted.
Sorry, I can hear you. I can hear you. I invite the deputy chair of the board for zaDNA to lead the presentation, and I've indicated that you have till 11:45 for your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Hangalakani Harrison Kanyane. I'm the Chair of Audit and Risk. Our Deputy Chair could not attend because he's writing exams today. So he asked that we send an apology. Also, our chairperson could not come. Also, she's involved in another business engagement. I want also to greet the minister and the deputy minister and the delegation from the department. Chair, in terms of zaDNA, the presentation will be covered by the CEO, but I just want to highlight that the issues that will be covered will include the mandate of the organization, our strategic vision and mission, and also we'll also try to cover our past deliverables in terms of the past 5 years, while we also look on the 5 years ahead. And some of the issues that we will be concentrating on is around connectivity across the board, including in our schools. So those are some of the areas that we are going to cover. And then at the end, we'll also cover the financial sustainability of the organization within that particular space. Chairperson, please allow me to ask the CEO to take members through the presentation. Thanks very much.
Thank you, CEO. We welcome you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, board chairs, DG, CEOs, and the colleagues from DCDT. Chair, as introduced by Ntate Nkanyane, I will be focusing mainly on the overview of zaDNA, and then, of course, taking members through the revised vision, priorities, and then, of course, performance information for the current financial year, which is 25-26, and then speaking to what we have identified as critical enablers. Chair, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge or provide an overview rather of the Domain Name Authority, which is a statutory regulator and manager of the .za namespace.
Mr. Wezi, can I please interject? Your presentation is extremely small. I think it needs to be enlarged or put into a presentation mode. It's extremely small.
Let me check, Chair, because it was in presentation. Apologies for that.
Okay, it was in presentation, so maybe the presentation itself is small. So okay, it's fine. Please proceed. We'll just have to expand the screen on our side to make sure that it's because from my side where I'm sitting, I'm viewing it. The print is quite small. Other presentations were covering the entire page, and this is covering about 1/3 or half of the page. But please proceed if you're unable to expand it.
My apologies for that, Chair, and thank you for your indulgence. zaDNA, Chair, is mandated to provide public awareness and also share some insights into commercial and economic benefits of the domain name space. By a domain name space, I mean all the domains that ends with a .za are under the regulatory auspices of the Domain Name Authority. We also, of course, are mandated to provide licenses and regulate the registries and registrars within the space. Furthermore, we are a custodian of the internet governance within the country, as we are, of course, mandated through a non-legislative mandate, of course, to be the Secretariat of the zaIGF, which is the South African Internet Governance Forum. We also, of course, are accountable to the department and also our members. I will also clarify the portion of members at a later stage, Chair and members. Moving on, this summarizes the legislated mandate as per the Electronic Communications and Transactions Act of 2002, speaking to what is expected the ZA Domain Name Authority to deliver to the country, and also how it's supposed to function. Over and above what I've already cited, Chair and members, one of our mandates is to oversee the alternate dispute resolution regulations or implement those regulations. They're speaking to a protection of digital identities of individuals or intellectual property in the form of domains. This is, of course, administered through various partners that we have appointed. I have mentioned the rest, Chair. And let me take this opportunity to really move into an overview of our performance. I think it is always important to reflect on what you have achieved in the previous strategic cycle and what will you be building upon? Of course, Chair, it goes without saying we had high hopes of achieving 100%. However, certain situation arose throughout the strategic cycle, which impeded us in the main to achieve majority of the set out targets. But it goes without saying for the year that we just closed now, we have estimated the achievement to be at 89%. Of course, Chair, this is subject to due diligence processes internally and approval by our audit and risk, and then, of course, ultimately by the board. Over the period, we have had an average of 83% achievement rate, with us missing just a few targets, and this pertaining to 3 that we were, of course, unable to achieve. One thereof is our regulatory framework, which I believe is sitting with the department, and they are engaging on it, and we have shared numerous correspondences on how to remedy that. The other 2 related to internal optimization, and then, of course, the one speaking to our ambitions to move away from organic growth of the domain name space, but to rather inject more opportunities where we can leverage in terms of registering more domains. With that said, Chair, and having considered this, the board with management undertook an exercise to revisit its outlook in terms of strategic positioning, the vision, the mission, and also, of course, perform a reflective situational analysis. And from all of these exercises we undertook, we then decided to repurpose our mission, while, of course, remaining true to our vision, which states that we would like to become a world-class domain name regulator. The mission was slightly tweaked to speak to the implementation of innovative and enabling domain name regulations while promoting transparency, security, accessibility, and cultivating a trustworthy and inclusive digital ecosystems for all South Africans and the global internet community. The tweaks or the changes arose from rather saying we want our regulations to be enabling rather than an impediment, and to ensure that there is a much more inclusive outlook in terms of how we deliver on our mandate. Of course, focusing primarily on South Africans and, of course, enabling South Africans to engage with the rest of the world. This leading us to an impact statement whereby we would like to foster economically empowered and digitally enabled South African communities through regulations. As mentioned earlier, we want to have innovative and enabling regulations within the space. Underpinning this is our values of collaboration, innovation, integrity, inclusivity, people's first, excellence, and agility. Just summarizing all of the 7 identified values, starting off, of course, with people's first. We firmly believe that we need to treat both internal staff or stakeholders rather and external stakeholders, everyone at large, with dignity and consideration and respect. We do this while we ensure that underpinning this, we are inclusive in all the engagements, and while we attempt to deliver on our mandate, we do so striving for excellence, operational excellence, remaining agile simply because of the size of the organization with a big mandate, while, of course, with a very small human capital to deliver that and resources, we need to remain agile and ensure that we are innovative, while collaborating with stakeholders within the ecosystem and identifying new stakeholders outside of the ecosystem to unlock our potential. And then not to mention doing all of this while we remain we remain ethical, transparent, and accountable. This speaking, of course, to integrity. All of this, Chair, we hope will result in us achieving the 4 strategic outcomes. Strategic outcome number 1, speaking to digital inclusion and equitable access to the domain name space. This symbolizes us staying true to our impact statement of ensuring inclusion and also our mission. Furthermore, we need to provide secure and resilient .za namespace while remaining globally competitive and innovative, and ensuring that we strive for operational excellence. It goes notably, all of these for strategic outcomes are aligned to the MTDP priorities, which are highlighted on the respective blocks as projected. Just to walk you through strategic outcome number 1, as indicated, we went through a very rigorous situational analysis process, which led to the formulation of these outcomes. The goal thereof is to ensure that no matter your location, background, you have equitable access and you are able to benefit as a South African from the domain name space. This speaking to one of the concerns rather that were flagged to say we are not doing enough to ensure that we bring everyone along. In the same breath, we are a trusted domain name space group, and we need to leverage that as a brand. Moving on to outcome number 2, and building on my latest statement, is to ensure that we safeguard or continue to safeguard the domain name space against any cyber threats and ensure secure environment and stability. This will ensure that we build trust for the domain name space and ensure it supports local businesses to grow. As this leads to trust, it will ensure that businesses are able to be onboarded with ease. There will be numerous interventions that will be highlighted at a later stage as to how do we intend on achieving these outcomes. The other one, which is globally competitive and innovative namespace, is to utilize or leverage innovation and make the .za a global leader within, of course, the context of the digital economy, whereby we are leveraging technology and other innovations to ensure that we grow the space and we ensure the space remains equitably accessible. Last but not least, we ensure that as an organization, we continue to function optimally by streamlining and delivering efficient and effective public services. This, of course, enhancing public trust and also ensuring we empower internal stakeholders to remain responsive. As mentioned earlier, I did speak to the value of agility. This is where it will actually come out into the form. Unpacking the targets, and Chair, being cognizant of time, I will summarize some of these targets. For strategic outcome number 1, there are 6 targets that we intend on achieving. Just to unbundle the very first one, speaking to non-commercial domain names registered. This speaks to the second level domains utilized by specific or unique groups of individuals or entities in the country, and some are global. I'll start off with AC.za, which is, of course, speaking to universities and institutions of higher education. Edu.za, speaking to TVET colleges or other colleges that might choose to register underneath here. Gov.za, speaking to government entities, both nationally, provincial, and local. Nom.za, this one is open to all South Africans. For the first 5 years, we would like to, while we scale up this particular second level domain, we'd like to register 50,000 individuals on this, which of course are permitted within the prescript of the charters. Under school.za, this speaks to the quintile 1 to quintile 3 schools within the country, where we continue to still target 22,000. And this translates to us having another ambition of saying of the 22,000 schools that we would have provided domain names, we intend on providing 11,000 of those schools with platforms. By platforms, we mean platforms to engage content, to be accessible at all times anywhere. Thus, of course, removing any boundaries of the schools to ensure that teaching and learning happens at any time with the learners, while involving, of course, the communities around the schools. Awareness campaigns. This is to ensure that the brand, the offerings, and also the mandate of zaDNA is known by those that are supposed to know it. One other target is to produce educational resources that will be consumed both nationally, primarily, and then, of course, we move regionally across Africa. And I'm mentioning this, chair members, simply because there is that dependency on some of our offerings at a regional level and, of course, even globally. We do this while we ensure that we conclude partnerships. And as mentioned, we conclude 100 internet governance engagements over the period of time. For outcome number 2, which speaks about a secure and resilient namespace. The first 3, while it might seem they are repetitive, in line with our separation of the channels of engagement with the ecosystem, we will be focusing on commercial registries and registrars to ensure that over the 5 years, there's 100% compliance. And the same for non-commercial second-level domain operators and administrators. These are the ones that I've mentioned earlier, which is for universities, TVET colleges, and for schools. And then, of course, ensuring that there's a 50% compliance rate for government second-level domain operators and administrators. We also endeavor to reduce reported domain name abuse cases from the number that we currently have of about 1,600 domains on average, domain name abuses cases that are reported to 134. We also intend on capacitating the ecosystem with the necessary skills. This ensures that they are able to understand and deliver technical solutions in line with the prescripts of the legislation and our policy frameworks. We are going to also revise our policy framework to ensure that this aligns with international standards that are forever evolving technologies that are being utilized within the space. As we move on, Chair, my apologies. As we move on to the next one, which is a competitive namespace, we intend on registering or increasing the registration of domain names to 285,000 creates or new creates annually from the base where it is now, which is slightly above 260. Furthermore, there would be targeted research projects that will be completed, which are 10 of those over the 5 years. And then we intend on training 2,500 resellers over the period. These resellers within our value chain are individuals or entities that resell domain names on behalf of registrars. Registrars being those that are legally obligated to register domain names on behalf of individuals. We see this as an opportunity to expand the reach and the market, and also ensure that those in the informal sector are brought on, while of course creating employment opportunities for many unemployed South Africans, prioritizing youth, women, and those living with disabilities. We will also be conducting 14 member and stakeholder engagement over the 5 years. Lastly, in terms of the strategic outcomes, Chair, we then focusing internally in ensuring that we achieve an 80% employment satisfaction rate. We ensure that there's 100% compliance with industry standards and also legislative requirements. we diversify our revenue streams. Currently, there is reliance on one key revenue stream. We intend on introducing 2 more revenue streams while we ensure that, of course, we achieve clean audits for the year under review. Moving on, Chair. While, of course, it might sound like a repetition, I will summarize the outcome so that one spends a little bit more time on the finances. Under strategic outcome number 1, for the current financial year, moving away from the 5-year cycle that we intend on achieving in terms of targets. For strategic outcome number 1, we intend on registering 5,142 non-commercial domain names and ensuring that 8,000 schools are provided with platforms. Furthermore, we conduct 30 awareness campaigns with 1 educational resource being developed and shared with South Africans, while we conclude 2 partnerships and, of course, ensuring that there are 20 internet governance engagements conducted. Moving on, we would like to ensure that there's a 50% compliance of commercial registry and registrants. And then while we move to non-commercial second-level domain operators and administrators, so it's the same achievement rate that we are intending on achieving for both. For government, we intend on setting up a baseline and ensuring that there is a compliance improvement plan in place. The assigned second-level operator for the gov.za is SETA. We would be working hand in hand with SETA to ensure that they improve on some of the controls as expected from our policy framework. While, of course, we ensure that there is an industry-wide domain name abuse management process in place and an improvement plan to ensure that we reduce the number that I flagged to the number of 1,600 monthly reported domain name abuse incidences to the 134 that we intend on achieving. This, of course, is going to be achieved while we ensure that 99% availability rate of our infrastructure is realized with 2 technical training sessions conducted within the ecosystem. And we have scoped the project for revising our policy framework for the current year. Moving right along to a globally competitive and innovative namespace, we would be targeting 268,784 domain names created for the current financial year, which is for 25-26. We will be concluding 1 research report, of which we will be publishing. And as a start off of the 2,500 resellers, we would be training and capacitating 100 with various stakeholders within the ecosystem. And then ensuring that those resellers that we are training are absorbed within, of course, the ecosystem and they start trading. We will be conducting 2 member and stakeholder engagement activities for the financial year under review. For operational excellence, we would be seeking approval of the revenue diversification plan. Furthermore, setting up a fully fledged monitoring and evaluation function internal to zaDNA, while, of course, we are striving for 100% achievement of key legislation and ensuring a clean audit for the financial year and a 70% employee satisfaction rate. With this, Chair said, I will be moving to the financials. Notably with the financials, the reason why I'm delivering, as indicated previously to the committee, we are at the final stages of recruiting for an executive manager finance. We hopefully would be onboarding someone soon, if not in the next week or so. They will be starting most probably in July. That will be the person that will be engaging with the committee. However, in this case, for the budget for 25-26, the intended revenue mix in terms of our income or anticipated income, it's where we would be collecting 24 million from the ZA Registry Consortium, which is the technical operator. And these fees are fees that we acquire through the reselling at a wholesale level of the domain name space. Furthermore, enjoying the benefits of an interest through our long-term investment, which we will be revisiting under the guidance of the newly appointed board to see how best can we leverage our long-term investments. Furthermore, there would be non-commercial subsidies. These particular subsidies is where we want to empower non-commercial second-level domains to achieve the target that I've mentioned and ensure that they remain sustainable, while we would be targeting external funding of 10 million rands for the financial year. A lot of work has went into the last bullet point, chair and members, whereby at the current moment we have concluded a number of key partnerships with the private sector. We would be in the forthcoming quarters announcing very exciting news and some of those partnerships, and some are at the final stages, which will enable us to achieve that particular target. Notably, in terms of expenditures, our highest expenditure still remaining employee cost. And then, of course, some of the activities around namespace development and stakeholder engagement. I'm combining the two, Chair, simply because that is the main part in terms of the work that zaDNA does. Moving on, of course, to operational cost, which sits at 3.6 million, and board and conferences. This is inclusive of a board remuneration, Chair, and also other activities that we are engaged in as zaDNA, the organization. Not to say the board remuneration is at 3 million, but we just summarize all of those activities and included them underneath just one line item. And then, of course, admin, events, and legal, approximately 5.2 million. And operational costs, which goes to some of the activities internal, including our fixed expenditures like rent and so forth, and also activities from the non-core function of the entity sitting at 3.6 million. We do acknowledge that there could be a perceived over-reliance on external funding. We are working on mechanisms to ensure that we bolster our surplus. And I did mention, Chair, we are looking at diversifying our income sources for the 5 years. We are doing this while we, of course, aim at bringing forth the plan to ensure that in the current financial year, we have a product or products or services that we are able to launch and that we are able to resell within the ecosystem, while acknowledging that the return on investment might not be realized immediately, but it is something that we are working towards as an entity. Looking at time, I will move on to our strategic highlights or top strategic allocations. In the main, Chair, this is external projects being allocated at 10 million. MIC-SETA training, we are in a partnership with MIC-SETA where we deliver some of the trainings that are bespoke to our subsector. And we also spend quite a considerable amount of money in relation to our budget towards public awareness of the domain name space. And what we call domain name service security and infrastructure, we are allocating 378,000 towards that. Chair, really looking that I have only 2 minutes, I will not unpack these particular numbers, but I will pick them up through the questioning so that one spends time on the critical.
I'll grant you 5 more minutes if you need, CEO. I'll grant you 5 more minutes if you need.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, why we highlighted this, Chair, in particular, the external projects and our ambitions to grow those external projects. It speaks to our increased confidence from stakeholders and also prospective partners. I'm highlighting this simply because, Chair, in the past month or month and a half, we have been able to engage with two financial institutions that will be working with us, hopefully going forward. One of those we have closed on a partnership which bolsters our ambition and, of course, confidence that we will be able to achieve the 10 million. This particular funding and external projects will go towards many other projects that will bridge the digital divide. One of those is, of course, ensuring that SMMEs within the informal sector gain access to the domain name space. Those, of course, in rural and far-flung areas also have access to this domain name space. Furthermore, when we talk about awareness, I think in the previous slide, I did indicate the allocated funding. This, of course, speaking to our ambitions to prioritize security, awareness, and digital inclusion within the .za domain name space. Overall, Chair, I think it is noteworthy that our budget is quite ambitious, and we have taken some time to realign or rather come back to the center in terms of ensuring that we bring forward the core mandate is aligned to what we are expensing. Furthermore, we want to have far more impact in terms of the programs that we are doing, so that when we come back to oversight structure, we are able to point to the activities and how those activities yielded to positive outcomes. This, of course, being one is trying to flag that particular ambition of setting up a monitoring and evaluation function within zaDNA to ensure that we are able to speak to these results. As one closes off, Chair, this, of course, is driven by 5 key critical enablers, which is a robust policy and a regulatory framework, which, of course, we intend on reviewing for the next 5 years, starting off in the current financial year to ensure that that project is well capacitated to deliver on that. We also are looking at strengthening our capabilities to forge public-private partnerships while ensuring that the multi-stakeholder principles are embodied in whatever work that we do. As an authority, we do operate on a principle of multi-stakeholderism. Moving right along to human capital, indeed, we want to capacitate our internal resources while we ensure that they remain, of course, supported in delivering what is expected of the authority, and ensuring that we bring into the organization technology and infrastructure capabilities that will allow us to become a secure and resilient domain name space, while, of course, delivering on the ambitions of unlocking the potential within our policies and also ensuring that we remain competitive globally. As mentioned, Chair, we also have ambitions to diversify our revenue streams, ensuring that we minimize reliance on one revenue stream, thus bringing in, of course, some sense of stability and sustainability within the organization. This will be achieved by ensuring that we leverage partnerships that we forge and ensuring that we target long-term grants or subsidies to support some of these programs. With that said, Chair, this brings us to the end of the presentation from the South African Domain Name Authority, as I hand over back to Ntate Nkanyane and yourself. Thank you.
Mr. Nkanyane, any additions to the presentation?
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks to CEO. I will hand over back to you, Chair. We will take through answering of questions that will come from members. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nkanyani, and thank you, Mr. Vesi from Team.zaDNA. And thank you to all the entities that presented this morning, that is SAPO, Postbank, and zaDNA, for the very comprehensive and detailed presentation. We tried to allow you as much time as possible to ventilate and to enlighten us in terms of what your APPs and your strategic plans are. Honorable members, those are the presentation. Maybe before I open it up to the floor, is there any additions from the department to the presentations? Yes, DM Gungubele, Honorable Mr. DM Gungubele, I recognize you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, Honorable Chair. If the minister will so indulge, I would want zaDNA maybe to brief, maybe during response to questions, to brief the committee for significance of transparency in this regard on the state of the Afrinic. They will explain what is that about, which is an institution that deals with the register. Thanks. So that when they respond, they take that into account. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for that direction, DM Gungubele. There's no further additions from the executive or the department. I'm looking for hands. Okay, honorable members, we have the presentation before us. We have now an opportunity to engage the presentation. It's now 11:50, and as our standing chair has allocated a maximum of 10 minutes for members to engage the report, we'll allow members no more than 10 minutes to raise your points. And thereafter, we will hand back to the entities and the department to respond. So I'm in a space where I'd like to take hands. We'll allow members a minute or two to gather their thoughts, and then I'll look for hands.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry?
Are we allowed to raise our hands now for questions?
Yes, please raise your hands, then I can recognize you. That's what we're allowing time. I see no hands. Honorable Kilisha, I recognize you as the first person. You may come on, Honorable Kilisha, thereafter Honorable Bodlani.
I was going to say that maybe, Chair, that our colleagues have been raising on the group that there is a network problem. I think that is what is happening with them. But thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the Minister and Deputy Minister and the teams that have presented in front of us this morning. Acting Chair, let me start with SAPO. The first thing that I want to talk about in their presentation, Chair, is the issue of job creation. So the presentation mentions job creation as part of the National Development Plan, but it fails to provide the concrete numbers, Chair, or plans on how many jobs will be created, especially for the marginalized communities. I think it must be registered that the EFF demands transparency on this issue, on how many permanent jobs will be generated, particularly in the rural areas and in the township, and whether these jobs will offer minimum wages. Excuse me, Chair. Also, the plan, Acting Chair, emphasizing partnership and collaborations with private sector. As the EFF, we've been really warning against how these could lead to creeping privatization, which will be now undermining the role of state in providing services, because also partnering with private companies always makes services more expensive for poor people. I think we need to keep that in mind, and that's the reality of it. And another issue, Acting Chair, we must note that while digital inclusivity is listed in their presentation, there are no clear plan. There is no clear plan to ensure affordability access for the poor households. And I think they need to understand that as the EFF will never back down in our demand for free Wi-Fi, for free access to internet. And maybe the last one, as I wrap it up with them, Chairperson, I think another critical issue for me is how the financial forecast shows profitability by 2029, but it doesn't address how the post office will settle its historical debt. So I was thinking like unpaid salaries or suppliers' debt. So I'm wondering whether the austerity measures like the salary freezes will maybe further exploit the workers. I don't know. Maybe they will need to clarify that to us. Or maybe actually the last one, Chair, as far as the post office is concerned, can they tell us how they will help the grainees in the villages get their grants faster without long queues, and how they will stop corruption and tender scams in the new projects that they are presenting to us? And maybe moving to Postbank, this engagement is for Postbank acting chair. It is concerning me that the plan for Postbank emphasizes partnerships with private sector. I will not raise this in any way where I see it. So it is really concerning for me that the plan of Postbank emphasizes partnership with private companies. It raises concerns of privatization again. It must be clear, Chair, that as the EFF, we oppose outsourcing. Any form of outsourcing, we oppose it, especially of core public banking functions to private entities, as seen with SASSA grants being mishandled by CPS. So maybe they can then tell us, how will the Postbank ensure that these partnerships with these private banks or private companies, I'm sorry. So how will they ensure that these partnership with private companies don't lead to profiteering? Because these people want profits at the expense of the poor, like the CPS did with SASSA grants. And their plan, Chair, is so vague on job creation. I think we need to understand that the unemployment is at the highest in our country. So when you're going to present plans that are non-committal on job creation, it is a problem. So the plan is very vague on job creation commitments. Yes, it mentions job creation, but it lacks the concrete numbers, especially for the youth in rural areas and the grant recipients. So maybe they can give a clear breakdown, Chair, on permanent jobs, not on these temporal gigs that they give our people. You give a gig for 6 months, and then after that, people are without a job. So how many of these permanent jobs will the Postbank create in townships and rural areas? And they must tell us if they will pay at least 12.5 to our people on a monthly basis. Another thing, I'm still on time, Chair, right? I'm not timing myself.
Yes, you're on time.
Okay. Another thing, Chair, is that while Postbank talks about digital banking, the reality is that many poor South Africans, they lack smartphones. We were talking about this last week. They lack smartphones. They don't have data or digital literacy even. So it concerns me that their plan doesn't explain how it will serve those who rely on cash, like grant recipients. So if a gogo from the Eastern Cape or Limpopo only uses cash, how will the bank serve her without forcing her to buy a smartphone and be subjected to expensive data? And lastly, Chair, it looks like the Postbank's revenue heavily, and I think we spoke about this when we were doing site visits, that their revenue heavily depends on SASSA grants payments. It doesn't address how it will survive if SASSA ends its contract, although there's a hint there in the risks that they were talking about. So I want to know, if SASSA takes the grant away from the Postbank, do they have a plan B in terms of like servicing the poor people, or will the bank be able to operate beyond that? How will they avoid the collapse of the bank? Because, Chair, I forget, the plan admits, and we raised it even when we were doing the oversight, but I don't remember the clarity on this one. The plan admits to fraud and cyber crimes, the risk of those things, fraud and cyber crimes, but it doesn't explain how it will prevent another Postbank heist. We know of the millions that were stolen due to weak systems. So I want to know what is being done to stop the hackers from stealing the money of the poor people again. And maybe they can.
As you conclude, Honorable Kelisha.
As I conclude, okay, let me just go to the last one, to the last presentation, Chair. I've just got 3 questions, simple questions for them. I just want to know why the small businesses pay for the domains when big companies are subsidized. For instance, the government websites are free, Chairperson, but the township, like if I've got a township bakery, a person who owns a township bakery must pay an amount for a domain on an annual basis. And maybe they can tell us, how will they stop the companies who buy all good domains and then they resell them at a higher price? And maybe the last one, Chair, let me just make the last one. The last one I was thinking about, how are they going, or what is it that they are doing to fight the racist domains? So you've got these racist people who register domains, and we've seen the hate groups exploit the cheap domains to spread disinformation and spread discrimination. So you've got these hate groups that especially the racist white people would buy, and they've got these things. So I just want them to tell us, how are they preventing all that, all those racist hate groups who exploit the domains to spread the misinformation and discrimination. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kelisha. Honorable Bodlani.
Chair, if you allow me, I will keep my camera off. My network is really bad today.
That's fine. That's in order, Honorable Bodlani.
Chair, let me start with zaDNA and perhaps where Honorable Kelisha ends, because I was going to say zaDNA must please provide us with examples of cases of abuse. And I think she has done that. If they could just speak to us more to that and how they address those to ensure that we eliminate the era of misinformation and disinformation. And I would like to give them, Chairperson, 2-3 minutes to really promote that norm.za. If they could just mark it here with all the South Africans watching, because I would also like to hear more information about that. And lastly, to zaDNA, who do they think is their nearest competition and what makes them unique that whoever wants a domain name should be coming to them? If they could just maybe use this opportunity in this meeting today to promote themselves. Chair, I think presentations by the South African Post Office and the Postbank really had a common thread. And the common thread was that there should be an injection into their respective businesses. And what I'm hearing from both businesses is that not so much the Postbank, but from SAPO, they are really talking about prioritizing the issue of bringing on board partnerships. What that makes me think is, what does the post office the ownership of the post office of tomorrow look like? Because the National Treasury has said they do not have the money for the bailout. And it is unfortunate that the SAPO APP still does a mention of that, and rightfully so, because this is what they bought into when the business practitioners came on board. But this is the reality that we face. So the direct question is, what does the shareholder look like? And the acting CFO spoke about ensuring that the shareholder remains a majority. But with where we are, can we really afford a South African post office where government is a majority shareholder? And if that is not the case, how much are you looking at? And is it a question of partial privatization? What model are we looking at in terms of ownership? And Chair, I think the sooner the South African Post Office realizes that having a footprint is not going to be their unique selling point, because we are moving into a digital era that is going to assist them in changing their mindset. Being able to have branches everywhere has really not been able to make you a key player in the market. So it should stop being seen as something that is unique to yourselves. The failure to digitize, the failure to move with the times has exactly brought us here. So it would help us to really get out of that mindset. They also spoke at length about the escalating operational costs. I know we've also had this conversation in the past. Are there any planned retrenchments in the near future? And for me, I applaud people like the acting CEO and the acting CFO who remain in these positions. And I don't know who will answer that position, but the question is, how do we incentivize these people so that they stay? Because building institutional knowledge in the South African Post Office is important. We cannot carry on with the business rescue process and not capacitate. It has to be a parallel process so that at the end of the business rescue, we've got people that would be able to carry the mandate of the post office. So how do we incentivize people to stay? And especially what I would request from the post office chairperson is a breakdown of the number of people that remain in employment with South African Post Office, because I would be interested to know what is the number of young people that are employed. Because having young people in your systems means there's a sense of continuity, again, building on institutional knowledge and sustainability of the institution. And how are those young people being incentivized again to remain in the business when the future of the South African Post Office remains in limbo? And Honorable Vilakazi wanted clarity on the 1 kg mail. And I think the presentation did speak to that. So in case he does not get an opportunity to speak because he did raise the issue about his poor network, could we just be clarified to say, sitting where we are sitting, what is the status quo on the take a lot case on the 1 kg sub mail? And SAPO talks about international mail being what also sustains them. How are they achieving that? And how can they build on that? And one of the things, Chairperson, that unfortunately falls through the cracks as the conversation about business rescue continues is the issue of beautification of branches. I beg your pardon. Brand management is very important, and I spoke to this in the last engagement we had with the South African Post Office. Are they telling us that there's not even money for beautification projects that could also assist in building confidence, consumer confidence, making sure that as end users, when we walk into a post office, we do not feel like we are walking into a filthy business where people who actually work there are demoralized, as it were, because we would appreciate that working in a good environment, conducive environment, helps with everything else that I have spoken to. So I also noted the presentation saying that there has not been a focus on maintenance. That is really regrettable. I think with South African labor laws, that says that we should be at all times try to create conducive working environments for employees. For SAPO to then be saying we are rebuilding, we are restructuring the organization, but we do not have money for branches is really regrettable. What can be done to ensure that employees are not working in hazardous environments? Because that then just opens up another dimension for lawsuits. And at the last meeting, I raised the issue of employee wellness. I was hoping the acting CFO could give feedback, but I do appreciate that they have incorporated it into their APPs. I don't know if she would have any feedback to that. I'm trying to rush, Chairperson. And let me stop there with the post office. On the Postbank Chairperson, needed for content. Again, my open.
I can't hear Honorable Botani, Chair.
The National Treasury has already
Honorable Bodlani,
that they
Honorable Bodlani, we are losing you now.
Any money into
We can't
any,
hear you. We can't hear you.
Into organizations like the Postbank.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Badlani.
Has spoken about. And I think that there's, okay, cannot hear me?
Yes, Honorable
Hear me?
Badlani, we couldn't hear you. We couldn't hear your questions on zaDNA. I mean on Postbank. We couldn't
Chair, I
hear
will
your
stop if you cannot hear me, it's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. We when you moved over to Postbank, I think Postbank didn't like you asking them questions, so we couldn't hear you. Up to that, it was all perfect. We really captured all your questions, but we really lost you when you went to Postbank, unfortunately. So I wasn't able to hear any of your questions because I'm recording all questions here. But thank you so much, Honorable Bodlani, for your probing questions. Let me invite Honorable Megan Choke Adonis. Honorable Adonis, you are recognized, and thereafter you will be Honorable Souls.
Thank you very much, Acting Chairperson, for the opportunity. And if I can also request that I keep my camera off. I'm not in a favorable environment. I'm in the hospital with my 2-year-old. Through you, Chair.
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, I would like to just appreciate the presentations that have been put before us, and I think I've been greatly covered by my colleagues. But I think I will start with the post office from my view. In terms of the post office, one would want to have an understanding and a sense of urgency in terms of the intervention strategies that are put in place to mitigate the digital era that we are going into, really having an appreciation that, we are having emerging markets and competing markets such as your DHL and your Take-A-Lot. What are the strategies that are being put in place by the post office in order for them to have a competitive edge in this regard? And also in terms of some of the tools that they are looking to, I would say, looking to implement within the digitalization, strategies in order for them to attract more citizens to consume the products and services, but also how are they looking to utilize the 4IR, sector or revolution to grow and expand their reach. And I think one of the things that we must also take an appreciation of or take sight of in terms of the post office, it's a lack of prioritizing infrastructural reform and development. And I think this was said also by Honorable Bodlani, to say that what are the plans that are being put in place to ensure that the infrastructural renovations and reforms are taking place? Where are we starting? Are there any interventions that are put in place? Any plans? And where is the starting point in terms of provinces that require the greatest intervention? And perhaps even on that, it would be to find out in terms of the collaboration with other departments, such as public works and other, institutions in providing the necessary support and resource when it comes to infrastructural development for the PostNet. Chairperson, in terms of PostNet as well, and I think this will also link to the Postbank. What is the collaboration between the post office and the Postbank, especially when it comes to the utilization of infrastructure? And perhaps this could be a unique, or if it has not been alluded to already, I do apologize if it has already been spoken to. Perhaps how they can have an intersectional approach of, leveraging off of existing infrastructure from one another, Postbank and post office, in order for us to mitigate the issue of not having walk-in facilities for the post office, but Postbank perhaps having more viability or sustainability on the walk-in facilities. Chairperson, I then moved to Postbank, and I think Postbank is one of the institutions that we must closely guard in terms of ensuring that it is not dissolved and we see ourselves moving to a point of privatization. And I think I do agree with the honorable member from the EFF who has just alluded and really re-emphasized the fact that we do not want to find our state-owned institutions or facilities being privatized. And one would want to really understand what gives Postbank that unique edge in comparison with its competing private sector, its commercial private sector. And I think that's quite important for us to really get a sense of what it is that the Postbank is offering in comparison to the commercial banks. Additionally, Chairperson, and I think this would also speak to Postbank and the department, in terms of legislation, what is it that can be done through legislation to ensure that the work and the functionality of the Postbank is continuous and it sees further development and growth, rather for us to see it being dissolved? And I think this will also just speak to how we've seen the CETA, repurposing CETA. And one would want to really guard that, Postbank must never find itself in a position of being, repurposed in any sense. And I think a strategy needs to be put in place. And I think this can only be done through legislation when it comes to ensuring that it's got teeth and it's enforceable, to ensure that the existence of the Postbank must be continuous, but also it must have a competitive edge, but also must not find itself sidelined by the private sector. And I think better regulations need to be put in place in order for us to safeguard the existence of Postbank. Chairperson, in terms of the product and service offering of Postbank when it comes to the digital era, can we request that perhaps it speaks more to this in terms of the innovation and technology that they are looking to introduce and perhaps roll out where they are currently in terms of digitalizing their services and moving away from necessarily having physical infrastructure, so that they have a more competitive ability of competing with the private sector and emerging markets as well. And I think one of the things, Chairperson, when it comes to, the issue of grant recipients, SASSA, this has been an area of contingency and concern as well. And I think perhaps Postbank can also just speak to what is it proposing from a point of government, departments and institutions that can really assist and support its existence and also its implementation of its reform programs. I think one of the proposals that we have initially spoken about, Chairperson, was to say that, we looked at in the apartheid era, and it's unfortunate that we had to go through that phase. All government employees were receiving their salaries through the state-owned bank. And these are one of the things in terms of lessons that we must look at how can it be done in order for us to see our state-owned institutions really having more leverage and surviving and longevity in the long run, rather than us setting them up for failure by allowing, obviously, the private sector and emerging markets to really consume the space. Chair, I then moved to zaDNA, and I think on the zaDNA, it has been also alluded by my colleagues as well in terms of the cybersecurity plans, in consequence management that is put in place, but also what has been done in terms of looking at risk analysis. What are some of the risks that have been picked up over the past 10 years? And also what are some of the risks that we are perhaps trying to mitigate in the next 5 years? Also, and I think it's quite important for us, and I think this was also indicated by Honorable Budlani, to say that this would be an opportunity for zaDNA to market itself in terms of why it is a more viable, service provider in comparison to its competitors. and also really having an understanding of what its market edge is. What is the market edge that it is offering? What is the security and safety security that it is providing? And I think also just alluding, and I'm glad this was brought up, in terms of, really the work that is being done in order for us to really address issues of, false information, cyberbullying, and other acts of, other acts of injustice that is taking place on our social and cyber platforms. What is the responsibility and the role that is being played by zaDNA and the department in ensuring that there is consequence, accountability, and we're able to mitigate it? I think also the last part, and I think this would go to all the presenters, would be the collaboration with GCIS. I think that is quite critical to say. What is the collaboration with the GCIS and other departments, and which other departments have been identified by all the three presenters in terms of strategic intersectional approaches in order for us to see the mandates being fully fulfilled? And lastly, again, to all the presenters, is to say, what is the intervention that seeks to address the inequality when it comes to reaching the most vulnerable and remote areas of our country, bridging the digital divide when it comes to the elderly and persons with disabilities, and ensuring that we are increasing economic opportunities through these various vehicles, especially when you look at Postnet and Post Office. What is the economic contribution when it comes to economic transformation, and also reaching or working towards, not working towards, when it comes to meeting the targets that have been set in the NDP? I think that's also important in terms of what is the model that is being utilized to measure the reach of achieving what has been outlined in the NDP. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Joki Odonis. I recognize Honorable Souls. Honorable Souls, you are recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Sobrasi, Chair, and greetings to all on the platform. Honorable Chair, it's a very, very disappointing to me. Many would know that I've emphasized over and over, even when we had the last discussion, on the intentionalism around strategy for transformation and equity, especially as it relates to race. And for me to sit through the different presentations and still not see such intentionalism around such a strategy is very disappointing. And so I'm not even going to ask a question with regard to it. I am just registering once again my concern that it is an afterthought, it is not intentional. And for as long as we have this discussion, I'm going to, from now, in a formal way, make my dissatisfaction clear. That there is just a nonchalant approach to transformation, to equity, and planning around that as it relates to a racial balance. It's frustrating. It's very disappointing. I'll just register that for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Souls. Honorable Mkhakha. Honorable Mkhakha.
Thank, Chair. You allow me, Chair, to switch off my video?
Yes, you may, Honorable Mkhakha.
Okay, man. Okay, thank you very much. To the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the managers, so top management of the institution, members of the board, Let me take this opportunity to greet you this afternoon. I'll start with SAPO. First is to appreciate the strides that SAPO is making in terms of ensuring that we resuscitate the post offices in the country. Now, in appreciating that is to recognize that there's a great population in the country that still needs the service of this particular institution. And therefore, the re-engineering of SAPO must talk to that reality. I've seen one research from the trade union movement expressing their concern in relation to top managers of all entities in the country. Their worry is that the inclination of top managers of all entities in the country seem to favor a private sector at the expense of public service. And they are worried because they are raising this out of many experiences that they've endured over a period of time. Quoting different institutions, hiding behind EPPs, public-private sector, what. Hence, the collapse of that led to a collapse of a local government in the country. Now, I've kept that statement because SAPO has got an opportunity now to re-engineer this particular entity towards a right direction, so that in whatever partnership you are forging, you understand that there's that concern on the side of the workers. The question for me is, what then becomes your general strategy, the overarching strategy in your transformation agenda to ensure that you are not tempted to sacrifice and compromise a public service in the country? And this cuts across these three entities. Two, escalating of costs vis-a-vis the interests. And I know that the post office is one of the victims of this onslaught by capital. And as a result, it couldn't cushion the impact of these escalating costs against the poor in the country. And I'm sure as we are rejuvenating the institution now, at the back of your mind is exactly how the strategies, we are thinking of tactics and strategies to ensure that you begin to protect our people in all respect, so that we emerge with a post office institutions that are positive to our people. How then do you hope to cushion the working class under the circumstances? The third one, Chair, is in relation to the accrual, just a comments on accruals, because we're dealing with APPs here. I don't want to assume that we have never had accruals in the past. And therefore, as we pass the budget vote, we are not going to come back and say a certain percentage of our budget, we have to go back and pay accruals, etc., etc. I don't want to assume because we didn't raise it. And I'll leave it at that level. Because across departments, this issue of accruals becomes an itching issue. But you didn't raise it, so that I take it that we don't have a problem with such. How many branches do you have now? I'm raising this because previously you have been generalizing, estimating. Now we're dealing with the APP. We're going to pass the budget vote. That we have quantified. Surely you can't do that on the basis of the assumption. How many branches now do you have in the country that are operational? Branches that are operational in the country, fully operational in the countries. Linked to that, there are broken infrastructure, post office. Some are demolished or vandalized, and some are halfway. What is your strategy to resuscitate those entities, those post offices that are broken? What is your general strategy? And have you budgeted for such? Have you budgeted for such? I can count in the area where I reside, post offices that are not in good shape. Some are about to collapse. I'm referring to such institutions. Have you budgeted for such? So that as we deal with your intervention, we're mindful that re-engineering e-post office seeks to expand your scope of operation so that post office that were there are resuscitated so that our people are served properly this time around. You reported at one stage that you cut the salaries of workers. You took away their bonuses. And I take it that across from top management up to the bottom. Is that the situation? Is that situation still prevailing as far as now? Is that situation still prevailing? Because I know that a greater percentage of workers were retrenched, and you promised to bring them back, depending on the health of your intervention. Now,
as you conclude, Honorable Mukasa.
Yeah, is that the situation, Chair? Let me go straight to Postbank, Chair. The competition is intense out there. There are many mushrooming banks in the country. Surely you have got measures and strategies to survive this competition. How do you hope to emerge? I'm panicking now because I've got some few questions that how do you hope to survive this environment? More particularly because the Reserve Bank seems to be a very conservative institution that does not favor a state bank. And I must be frank here. It does not favor a state bank. It has that responsibility. It's obliged by law, but it does not favor state banks, the Reserve Bank. How do you hope to survive this environment, given that climate? The second one, to the question of bursaries. Sorry, if you're talking interventions in townships, you have listed, and I hope to, and I'm embracing your intervention. But I didn't see anything about the bursary assistance to students, particularly students that are drawn from townships, because currently the commercial banks are not necessarily providing support to the poor children. They focus to universities, and now, in your engagement with communities, that's one challenge that you are going to meet as to exactly how do you then plan to support students who are doing technology in line with your own environment. Are you going to provide for such, or is a question that we are still thinking of? Lastly, Chair.
As you finally conclude, Mr. Honorable
Yes, I'm finalizing, Chair. I'm jumping now. And there was a scam Nalendo, Chair. This thing of WhatsApp, Elon Musk, monies that are 4,000, this and this. Of late, I see our president again, and I'm not sure what that's a scam, Nalando. Have you explored this thing? Because there seems to be a lot of money involved in this thing. And as a new bank, surely you are doing your own exploration and investigation and research. Now I don't know how it does operate, but I could say that billionaires are offering some monies. I'm not sure what process or registration process and to protect our people, whether this is a scam or not. Mhlambi ku-zaDNA uthe wathena nge-registrations processes apho, may comment on that one. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mkhakha. I think what has happened is you and Honorable Vilakazi have been colluding, and when I tatila zonke the questions of Honorable Vilakazi and his 1040. So thank you so much, Honorable Mkhakha, for your question. I've also got my questions to ask, and this is where I spare thought for Honorable Kusela, where the chairperson. Most of the questions have been asked, but maybe let's start with zaDNA. zaDNA, my concern is largely around, you do get a subsidy. My question is around schools and creating, what support do you offer to all the public schools in terms of creating their names, their spaces in the internet in terms of the zaDNA names? Is there a strategy of you go around, encourage, subsidize, assist them to actually get these namespaces? Because once we have that, then these, how can it then be, is it being subsidized? And then obviously the necessary website that follows thereafter, so that we can create a platform of learning accessible on the internet. So maybe that's my first question around that. And maybe the next question would be in aligning the essential legislative responsibility of zaDNA as specified in the ECT Act 25 of 2002. In what ways do the supplementary plans and responsibility detailed in the presentations we received today, such as .cities and internet governance, enhance zaDNA's fundamental mission? And in your presentation, you revealed an impressive 83% of targets have been achieved over the past 5 years, while 17% remain unmet. Maybe the question we'll ask is, what are the main factors that contributed to the missed targets? And what strategies are you going to use to close that gap in the 25-26 financial year? In relation to strategic objective number 2, what initiatives is zaDNA undertaking to ensure the complete compliance of both commercial and non-commercial registries? And what strategies are in place to mitigate domain-related cybersecurity incidents? And I think this theme has been coming through consistently. Moving to Postbank, Honorable Bodlani had summarized her questions that she was unable to ask, and it also aligns with what I was going to ask in the first part of the question. that Honorable Badlani and myself, Honorable Badlani and I would want to know, you speak about funding that is needed. I would ask the question, how much of funding is needed by Postbank? And what is the high road and the low road? In terms of a number, we've heard from SAPO. SAPO said ideally they'd want to still have the 3.8 billion, sorry. What would the value be that Postbank is looking for? And what is the options available if you get the funding and if you don't get the funding? And Honorable Bodlani asks this question is, how do you see the equity, pretty much similar to what she asked earlier in SAPO, in terms of what do you see the shareholding structure looking like in the future? Maybe on Postbank, I'd like to ask that it remains an asset to the state, and its mission highlights the importance of ensuring that underserved communities have access to financial services. In what ways do these revised APPs emphasize on rural and low-income markets, along with government disbursement services, and how do they set it apart from conventional commercial banks in providing a more accessible and accommodating framework? I think what we're really asking is, what is your unique selling proposition? What is the USP of the Postbank? And maybe in terms of the variation notice issued by Reserve Bank, what has been its influence on drafting of the APPs? And what are some of the key updates and expectations from that front? And what strategic measures are prepared should the variation notice continue beyond 25-26? And lastly, maybe on the post office. The post office, I think Honorable Bodlani alluded to, don't consider your distribution to be unique. I would beg to differ in that I don't think there's many other post offices structures like this everywhere. And I think Honorable Bodlani makes the point, we're living in a digital world, so the brick and mortar is of little relevance in that context. And I think that's how it should be processed. But maybe my question is really a fundamental question. How do you envisage this post office that's sitting in the rural area? How do you envisage the futuristic post office? And I think it's a critical question. Do you see it as this robust ICT center? I mean, we think of it now, we think of this old place that's drab. Manje, we are talking about connectivity in the hills, etc. But we have this brick and mortar. How do you, what is your vision of that? I mean, it would be useful to see a model in pen and paper, to see the kind of services that you intend to bring into that to give it life. And I think, because we can't deny the fact, and maybe linked to that, is how many of these rural post offices do we have and maybe how do we repurpose them and you make them this futuristic digital hubs that goes beyond this post office that we knew of the past? Maybe that's a question we need to ask. In terms of another question for the post office would be, I think the question you've answered, my question was how much of investment is needed to achieve that futuristic vision. Sorry, before I move on, Postbank, a question that concerns me. You mentioned that one of your threats is the employee culture in Postbank. So my question is, what is a culture of employees that poses a threat? I've got it right. It did come up under Postbank. Because from what we've seen from the leadership that we met, we were very heartened by it. But I really would like to know, what is this employee culture that concerns you? And going back to post office, is that on post office, SAPO, you navigate the intricate interplay between social responsibilities and the need for financial stability, considering that your anticipated shift from 1 billion loss in current year, 2025, to 1.48 billion profit by 2029. What targeted strategies such as cost reductions, revenue diversification would facilitate this transformation, especially as you rightly pointed out, of the decreasing trend of traditional mail services? And have you spoken about growing e-services, and you spoke about growing data? Now, maybe the question, and that's where the profit is really coming from. Maybe the question needs to ask is, what needs to happen in terms of recapitalizing the business to achieve that end objective? And I think I'll pause here. I have several other questions, but I think mindful of time, let me pause here and hand over to Minister Malatsi, and through him, the department and the entities to respond. Minister Malatsi, can I recognize you?
Thank you very much, Acting Chairperson, and for the questions from all the colleagues that put in the questions. Chair, I think what we will do is to let the entities deal with the questions directly. I think there was an intersection of some themes that were emerging from the members' questions, particularly around post office and the Postbank, as it regards to the sustainability and the future of getting more businesses. And I think they will speak particularly from the Postbank side in terms of what efforts are then in place to get more clientele. There was reference to that on their presentation, but I think Honorable Delisha asked a particular question about diversifying their revenue. If the threat of losing SASSA were to happen, how would they then be sustainable? On the post office side and also on zaDNA, I think there was also a focus on digital inclusion and what are their programs to that and to enhance that. In here, Chair, I think I would also want to guide the responses from the post office, and the department will also provide an update in terms of what the reference to the private partnerships mean as part of ensuring that the future of the post office is sustainable, particularly given the pressures that exist with regards to the expected financial injections from the national fiscals, which in terms of the forecast that we have are going to be a challenge even going forward. I would also just want, Chair, for the post office, it didn't reflect in their presentation, but the CE has in previous instances where I brought up issues of the condition of existing branches to their attention, they've been able to indicate some of the efforts that are going into the maintenance and what Honorable Bodlani termed as the beautification of existing branches to ensure that the current infrastructure is maintained and kept in such a manner that it is habitable for use and customer use in that regard. I think Honorable Adonis Chauke spoke about the issue of what legislative interventions could be in place in order to safeguard the future of the post office and even the Postbank. And I like the department also to just provide an update in terms of the work with regards to the post office amendments bill and also the amendment bill that the president signed in December, which we hope will unlock the possibilities of the market for the Postbank to be able to deal particularly with the mushrooming competition that all honorable members highlighted to, particularly in the courier services where there's intense competition. I'll leave it at that, Chair. We'll also invite, grant the opportunity to the DM to provide the steer, and then we'll be able to let the entities do all of the responses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe let us go to the entities then to respond, and then we'll come in to the department and DM and minister to finish up. So let's invite it was the Postbank to respond. The chairperson of Postbank, Mr. Ngema, and through you can respond.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'll start and then CN team will come in. Maybe the starting point, because there's a number of, as Minister said, related questions. So fundamentally, Chair, I think just the assurance, I think the vision is to build a world-class state bank, commercially competitive, but conducting its business in such a way that it has the sufficient developmental impact and growth impact on the economy. And I think the presentation by the CE read that development, the State Bank of India, was us looking at different counterparts and the roles that they have played. So that is what we are targeting. We need a bank that is solid, world-class, that is a state bank. One of the things then we need to attend to is that it needs to have the best banking infrastructure that's possible, including having a solid digital infrastructure. It needs to have a solid back office, middle office. It needs to have a solid front end, especially in terms of the interface with customers. Customers needs to be able to interface digitally with that bank to make for ease of banking. They don't need to travel to a place to transact in relation to the bank. So that's the kind of bank that you need. But to achieve that bank, you need to invest in certain things. The ICT infrastructure, we've got a core banking system that works, but we would like to have more advanced versions so that we can do more things. So we would want to modernize the banking system that we have and all of that. So all of those investments will require some level of recapitalization of the bank. And we also just generally, as part of also the regulatory issues, needs to deal with what the CFO keeps reminding us in the board as issues of solvency and issues of liquidity. So there's different ways in which we try to attend to that. And I think the issue of recapitalization comes out of that, not because the vision is different, but to say there's many ways in which recapitalization could happen, one of which could be the state being able to recapitalize, especially because we've always argued that a lot of the condition we're in is a consequence of, the process we've had to undertake regarding the business rescue of our sister institution and all of that. But we do gather that that may not be feasible, not because of lack of will, but because of lack of resources. Then in the conversation with shareholders and National Treasury, then other options would have to be explored. They could include DFIs, they could include, a mix of public and private. We don't know what the outcome would be, but the recapitalization would come in, and the purpose for which the bank is recapitalized is to become a solid state bank that provides all the things that in the slide of the State Bank of India we try to allude to, obviously customized to our local environment. Now, part of that, Chair, means our developmental impact is precisely to deal with the issues of attending to growth in the economy, making credit available in better ways than the current ways, not to be negligent, but also not to be ultra restrictive, such that the people who deserve to be included in the economy can no longer be included in the economy. It means we must be able to provide financial education, which is incidentally one of the legislated mandates of the bank, so that the people who are economic players are better equipped to participate in the economy, both for themselves, but also to start ventures if that is necessary to go forward. We also believe that the state bank is the best tool, is the best vehicle for the provision of many of the state payment services that are currently provided in very inefficient ways, sometimes in very expensive ways. So not just SASSA grants, we think the best channel, but we see many other things. And I think in that slide, we speak to some, your national student funding. We talk to the master's office in terms of the court system, all of the other funds where people currently have to queue, spend money to go collect money for themselves. That is already a minimal, when a state bank, especially one that is fully equipped, that can be accessed digital and all of that, can provide those services, either through digital, either through a partner institutions that we work with and all of that. So that is the vision. That's how we promote growth. That's how we promote development. That's how we fight unemployment. That's how we create inclusion of all the currently not included, including, women generally in the economy, including Black people in the economy, disabled people in the economy, young people overall. We create that opportunity by making sure that we are the best state bank that they can be going forward. And I think in the breakdown that we make about the strategy, 5 years and the APPs, we're basically, prioritizing, sequencing, and making sure that we have disciplined and focused execution. But the thing that we're trying to build is very clear to us, and will continue, Chair, to become the thing that we're trying to build. To the extent that we partner, is because we're a bank, we will never able to have the capabilities that, for instance, the telecom companies have by way of access, cell phones, the infrastructure, and all of that. So things like the fintech arrangements that happen, not just as all banks have to do that, and none of the banks can create for themselves that, because you can't create the ecosystem that your telcos have in terms of that. And yet you do want to make sure that the services of a state bank are also accessible through those platforms. That's why we partner with people. We don't partner to minimize the role of the state. We partner to multiply. It's a force multiplier, the partnerships that we create. They are not intended to roll back the state in any way, in that sense, going forward, Chair. So that's the first thing that I wanted to raise, and I think it covers a range of questions that were raised. I think CE will speak about the issue of variation notice. I think the important thing for us is that we need the constraints that the variation notice has been creating for the bank to be removed, and we're quite comfortable that the engagements that we've been able to have of late with the Reserve Bank have been quite positive, and we think that some of the constraints that have been there, there and there we've had to make certain compromises, but we're quite comfortable with the direction that we're going to go towards as an outcome of the engagements that have happened. And I think that's where we're going. I'm trying to be brief, Chair, because I think the CE is going to say a lot of things, including around the issue of unique value proposition. But I think in the issue again, the last point I'm going to make, the CE has made spent a lot of time at the beginning trying to argue the business case of the bank. And the business case of the bank tells us that even though we accept that competition is significant and all of that, there remains a market that is not being addressed by the current configuration of the banking sector. We're quite targeting that market, which of course will compete in certain areas, but a lot of the issues is market correction. We're going to be addressing a lot of areas that the current banking environments are not attending to, and that drives, Chair, what we're dealing with. With your permission, Chair, I request to hand to the CE to deal with some of the more specific questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair of the board. Chair, then I'm going to deal with the remainder of the questions, because our Chair dealt with most of them. I think the one that perhaps let me just add on was the structure. How do we provide employment? As much as the Chair has shared, I think in our strategy we talk about supporting businesses so that they create jobs, but also we talk about the fact that even in supporting, as we grow, our next phase of our strategy is growth. The reason now we have 10s is also because we don't want to commit people to jobs, whereas we can't afford to provide for those jobs going forward. But absolutely, we actually now about to present to our board our new structure, which is an expansion. We've talked about vacancy rate that is still low, so there's absolutely an opportunity for Postbank to create jobs. I think we're looking to create more than 150 jobs into the future, certainly in the next 5 years. I think there was one around digital banking, and therefore, how do we deal with people who don't necessarily have smartphones? Banking has progressed so much now, and phones have progressed so much now that we definitely, there's capabilities that you can use in banking that does not necessarily need your iPhone type of smartphone, but your entry-level smartphones, which, by the way, most South Africans have, and they have your entry-level smartphone. But absolutely, we do recognize that those who might not want to work digitally, that will still have presence physically, as we've done now, as you see with our 350 sites that we've put across nationally to provide for that. There was a question around post-SASSA. What's our strategy around post-SASSA? What happens if SASSA leaves? I think there's two things here. We definitely do not believe that there is an argument for SASSA to leave the bank, but we do know that perhaps there's a different view on the other side in terms of the other department. But that's a conversation we're having because we believe that we have provided the services, I mean, for more than close to 18 months now, that we've consistently paid grants without any interruptions whatsoever. We've honored that promise. But definitely, remember, even currently, we do have EPWP banking with us, Department of Transport, and this is our target. We're having different conversations with other customers in terms of how we can do this. But even if worst case scenario, SASSA with the MSA were to end, the MSA would end, but we will retain the customers. The unfortunate thing about we will retain the customers that we currently have. The unfortunate thing is that the reason government saw to it that there must be an MSA of this sort was to ensure that there is a level of cost that government absorb, and rightfully so, because if government is saying, I'm going to disperse, I'm going to help you with grants, government's real intention is so that you get access to that full grant. But the service to give you the access to that full grant still costs money. So government, I think at the end of it, wanted to absorb some of that cost so that the customer can get the full access grant, which is, by the way, what Postbank offers by having an MSA with SASSA. So if we lose that MSA, we retain the customer, but some of that cost will unfortunately have to be passed on to the customer, which we're absolutely trying to avoid as Postbank. Again, fraud, crime, cyber crime, this, like I said, every bank is dealing with it, but I think we did come to the portfolio committee at some point and presented, because likely for us that I think we had responsible ministers in the past that they did ask even KPMG to come in and check our fraud analysis and check what happened, even with the monies that we lost in the past. And we did come and present in terms of what we've done, and as per the recommendations for KPMG in terms of controls and all of that, and consequence management that happened thereafter. To an extent that even some of the things that we implemented were not even in the KPMG report. And like I think even then I reported that we have seen our fraud that it's reduced by 80% year on year. Having said that, please note that fraudsters every day they wake up and go and try and defraud every bank, not only Postbank. Where the check is that even when they do that, they attempt, do they succeed? I can confidently say that now, even the attempts that we've seen, even in the current year, even with cut distribution, the fraudsters have not been successful to the extent that they would have been in the past, which means our controls are working. But of course, we improve every day. I know Honorable Chabuka was asking, are there any legislative proposals that Postbank has? Absolutely. We believe that Postbank should be the disbursement partner to government as a legislative proposal. And the reason I say this is that because government does give a lot of grants, but we know that there are three main issues with those grants. Firstly, that grant does not necessarily always go to the right person. Secondly, there is no proper auditable manner in terms of how that grant gets to that person, and therefore there's proof thereafter. The third issue is that also there's cost for people to get that grant, and sometimes they don't get the benefit that government wants to do. And we've identified a lot of these grants. There's NEPSIS grants that are given, there's DOT, EPWP grants that are given, there's grants that government gives for housing, and the processing and the administration of these, government needs a solid partner to actually do this thing. Government does not have to outsource that to someone else in the private sector to do that. It can do it internally, and I think we've proven ourselves with these two disbursement business that we're doing. And therefore, if Ms. Chabuka, you were asking what is that proposal to ensure that Postbank does its mandate and also supports government, it will be the disbursement partner of government. And then and hopefully I don't forget, I think there's three more. How do we deal with the environment for Honorable Mkhakha, especially with the sub? I think, Mr. Mkhakha, Honorable Mkhakha, that relationship, I think Postbank, we are winning in terms of ensuring that there's transparency with the regulator, holding them accountable as well in terms of their responsibility and accountability and their role within what they have to do. At the same time, I think from our side, doing what is needed as well to be regulatory compliant. And I think we're winning with that relationship, slowly but surely. Bursaries, I think the chair has talked to that. We absolutely do provide that for that in our strategy. How much funding do we need? So Mr. Subrathi needs. Mr. Subrathi, it's actually a lot. If we really want to build branches, we want to build digital. I mean, Postbank does not have ATMs, does not have branches, let alone the infrastructure that we need to have to provide digital capabilities. So the minimum will be around 3 billion because we've done that exercise. We're looking at that exercise. We're actually engaging with our board in our next board around this as well. And of course, the options, and I think the chair of our board has explained, we have no intention of privatizing Postbank, but we do need funding, and therefore we need to find the options to do that. And some of the options, we have gone to National Treasury 3 times, they've said no. One of the options is guarantees from National Treasury so that we can get funding somewhere else without necessarily dissolving the shareholding of Postbank. Employee culture, what is that employee culture that could prevent us succeeding? A few things, Mr. Honorable Subrathi. I think one of them is that the ability for our culture to change, the ability to learn, the ability to upskill, the ability to know and be held accountable and accept being held accountable for productivity. I think there's still within a culture of our business of people thinking, and probably because in the past they've gotten away with this, of thinking that they shouldn't be held accountable for delivery, they shouldn't be held accountable for what their roles are, and they think that you can only hold them accountable if only you pay a bonus. A bonus is when you have exceptionally performed, but your role as when you hired, there is a responsibility to deliver on that. I think that's the first one. The second one, I think the biggest one as well, the ability for them to adopt to new ways to learn and admit to an extent some of the things that they don't know. We know the history of Postbank is that it comes from a post office, and therefore banking skills are something, and therefore people to allow themselves to be upskilled. I think around fraud, around governance, respecting controls, that will be the third one. Those are the three things that are, I think, around culture will probably be key. I hope I've answered everything, Chair. I've also rushed, being mindful of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CE, for Postbank. Let's go to Post Office.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. This presentation is a current presentation, futuristic, going into the future. But I just want us to pause and appreciate how we got here. So 2 years ago, on this very date, if you spoke to us in any PC, SAPO would have been in liquidation, facing doom and gloom. And so, its ability to pay its debts, to pay its remuneration and benefits to employees were very slim to none. It was a distressed organization, technically and factually insolvent, which resulted in it being in business rescue. And the reason why I stepped back into where we were 2 years ago is addresses a common theme in terms of the questions that has been asked by PC members. So, when it went into business rescue, some of the initiatives were the Section 189, which was a reduction of the workforce, and that has been completed. And in the plans that we have going forward, it doesn't talk to a reduction of a workforce. So we don't foresee any, future retrenchments in place. What it does, we also had a branch rationalization program. And that branch rationalization program targeted the optimal number for footprint of being 657 branches. Today, we have 581 branches that are fully operational. And the reason why there's a difference between the targeted number and the operation number that is currently operational is due to various reasons. We know, that when we went into provisional liquidation, we had not paid some of our creditors. which included the landlords. So there's, we've been evicted. And so there's a negotiation program in terms of those landlords and trying to renew those leases or find alternative branches to continue our services. We have a maintenance issue, and I'm going to touch on maintenance just now, where some branches are closed because, the basic maintenance that needs to be incurred in order for the branch to be fully operational is outstanding. And then, you have other operational issues like the lack of water supply or electricity supply in a branch that renders it ineffective. But the target will be 657, and it remains 657. Then when we talk about, the creditors and outstanding debts and accruals, and will we be able to pay our debt, and is there anything historical, that we have to pay catch up on, which is some of the questions that the honorable members asked, is during the business rescue, this would have addressed all your historical debt, because the business rescue looks at all your outstanding debt, makes a compromise with your creditors. The compromise was 12 cents in the rand, and that was paid out to creditors, and the remainder was then flushed into the P&L. So when you look at the profitability, SAPO looks like it made profits, but those were non-cash profits. It was the write back of expenses. There are some creditors that are in dispute. It's a immaterial amount. And then there's the outstanding statutory creditors, which is the 18 cents in the rand. So when we did a business rescue update, we know that, there's some funding that's required in order to be able to pay that 18 cents in the rand to the medical aid, the retirement fund, and to the receiver of revenue, South African Revenue Services. I'm giving away my age. So, that would address the accruals and the historical, the debt. But that's how we were 2 years ago, and this is where we are now, where we've devised a turnaround strategy and saying, in this turnaround strategy, this is how we foresee, our numbers playing out, and this is how we see ourselves diversifying the revenue. But that background knowledge is very, very important. And what funded that background knowledge was 2.4 billion. There was 2.4 billion that the fiscus awarded or granted to SAPO, and we've been fully accounted for every cent in terms of how did we spend this 2.4 billion in the Section 189, in the branch rationalization, in the creditor compromise, or the payout of the creditors of the 12 cents in the rand. What's needed? So just before I go into what's needed, what's important is that, when we look at the balancing act, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, because you look at the balancing act of I'm a Schedule 2 entity. I have a social mandate and I have a commercial mandate. And so, questions that arose around, will my granny get, the service delivery that it needs in the rural areas? Very much so in our social mandate, we would have to deliver that service. And we're always mindful of the social mandates that is applicable to SAPO, and how do we become relevant and reliable and, with our service delivery on that social mandate. The social mandate particularly is regulated, when you look at currently, it's regulated by a pricing mechanism, through ICASA. So, the service delivery that we deliver, has a pricing mechanism, and the balancing act is to ensure that our commercial mandate is, in addition to the grant that we receive for the USO funding, the balancing act is ensuring that we are sustainable at a level where the social mandate resolves itself with the regulated pricing. You've got a commercial mandate in which you need to make some good money in order for overall SAPO to be break even. Unfortunately, when you look at the cost base, we don't separate our cost base to say this cost base is for a social mandate and this cost base is for a commercial mandate. The cost base is what it is, because you need a branch, you need your last mile, you need your fleet, your service delivery, you need your employees. And it's about how you maneuver your cost base in order to achieve both your social mandate and your commercial mandate. But, for us we are relevant in a rural area. We remained relevant, and we will continue to remain relevant. And rightfully, yes, it's becoming outdated. The brick buildings are becoming outdated as you're becoming more digitalized. But the brick buildings become very, very relevant when you look at our business model. And, one of the questions where, the relationship with Postbank, SAPOS values the relationship with Postbank. We close to finalization on a service level agreement in terms of the services that we currently deliver to Postbank. And there are some commercial revenue streams that we run out of our branches. But the question is, how we worked in the past is not how we're going to work in the present. If we're going to be held accountable for our P&L and, our profitability, then we need proper service level agreements. We need arm's length transactions. And that goes with all government to government business, where we hold ourselves accountable in terms of what are we delivering to a government entity. But at the same time, a risk model in terms of how do we share risks, or who takes, the risks based on their business model. And those are the type of, discussions that, Postbank and us are having. And, as we look at various revenue opportunities, it's also the type of discussions that we will have with any other government entity as we proceed with revenue type of revenue models. With the branches, while they remain very, very relevant, when it's an entity that has bled and an entity that has suffocated because of the, not having capital to make an investment, you look at these branches and you look at our property portfolio, which I've previously alluded to. A property, like any asset, requires a maintenance plan. And so if you're not engaging in this planned maintenance, it means that your emergency maintenance accelerates. You become just in time in terms of keeping your property portfolio going, which is these branches and our head office space and our offices and, our mail centers. So, the minister, has touched on it. Unfortunately, where we are today is we're at the point of when something becomes absolutely crucial to continue operations, then we continue with it for the operations. But that's not where we want to be. Where we want to be is you have a maintenance schedule and you know that every 3 months I'm going to do this in certain region, and you're going to keep all your branches alive. Is there a prioritization of branches? Yes, there's certain branches that would be prioritized, but for us, the magic number is 647. And on any day, a year from now, if you speak to me, I would want to tell you that all 657 is operating as they intended to operate, which means that we've maintained them in accordance to our planned maintenance, and there's really not much from an emergency perspective. That would address the maintenance side of it. Cost containment will remain critical. And I go back to that balancing act of, the job creation. And when we designed our P&L into the future, we said we've reached the optimal number in terms of our employee base. But I alluded to a value chain. And the value chain talks into what's plugging into SAPO from an end to end, which includes suppliers and customers. And that as you grow your revenue, the automatic effect of growing the revenue would be that job creation. And that's how we see ourselves contributing. Now, a strategy is designed. The implementation of a strategy can be, revised or, recalibrated for the needs or as macro factors change. So that's saying today, yes, our employee base is this and we're not going to change it, but something could happen. There could be a fantastic opportunity in terms of diversifying our revenues that affords us the ability to employ more people, and we would love that, which brings me through the legislation and the new amendment bill. That for us is, it's a nice package Christmas present that's been handed to SAPO, and we need now to take it and capitalize on it. Because it allows us to diversify our revenue stream. It expands our social mandate, which is, again, helps us in balancing that mandate between a social mandate and a commercial mandate. And if our social mandate becomes more weightier, then, it helps us, in terms of giving us breathing room to start developing our commercial mandate, because we've got some, some breathing space in our social mandate. Chair, there was also a question in terms of, corruption, tender malfeasance. This is precisely the reason why we were so nimble in terms of and deliberate in terms of our APP and focus, and the focus on corporate governance. For me, the perfect entity never detects, okay, because you should have nothing to detect. That means you're backward looking and you're finding fraud and you're finding corruption and you're implementing consequence management. For me, the perfect entity becomes very preventative, okay? And so really the concentration in the last 18 months has been in, let's look at our policies and processes. Let's look at our standard operating processes. How do we adhere to it so that you close it? You absolutely close the ability for anyone to commit fraud and any type of fraud, but particularly tender fraud. And that's why I touched on irregular and frivolous and wasteful. And the next category would be losses due to criminal conduct. As we target that, the ability for anyone to commit fraud should be non-existent. And so those audit findings and the ideal corporate governance background talks to a healthier organization. But what does a healthier organization do? A healthier organization moves you out of that disclaimed audit opinion and puts you in a position where people can place reliance on the results that the Auditor General signs off on. Which then, when we spoke about that funding and the need for 3.8 billion, the magic number is 3.8 billion. It could be anything else. But today, when you think about 3.8 billion, unfortunately, the fiscus doesn't have the ability to give us that money, and we have to appreciate that. And so you think about how do we get SAPO fit for business to operate in this futuristic space that's become very digitalized, knowing everything that I've just mentioned in terms of how did we get here. It puts you in a position of, what do I do? Any person who wants to sign on in a partnership with us has to sign on in a partnership in an organization. If I had to engage in a partnership with someone, I'd want to know that it's a reliable, credible organization that I'm entering into a partnership with. It's a marriage. So again, taking us out of those audit findings and concentrating on corporate governance is another form of investment in terms of getting us fit for purpose and ready for business. Because should we get permission to go out and try to raise funding on our balance sheet or raise a credit line to fund our working capital, banks, any financial institution wants to place a reliance on the numbers that we put forward on the form of our audited financial statement. Any partner wants to place reliance if we say our balance sheet is worth so much because these are the asset base that we have. So it all feeds together. It's building that foundation. 3.8 billion will be the number on the table today. Does it come solely from the fiscus? I don't know how the BRs feel because we haven't had this discussion, is that it's a hybrid model. You're going to look at some form of equity injection from the government. You're going to look at some, I spoke about, recalibrating the USO funding model so that the model now looks at our social mandate that's now expanded by this amendment bill and how does it assist us to be able to keep that social mandate going. It looks at, the private-public partnerships, whether it's in the form of I will invest in your IT systems, but then I need access to be able to, tap into your courier business. Is it an equity transaction? I can't answer that today because we don't know what the funding or what the partnership models will plan out to be as we go to market looking for the right partner. Or is it I shall take my balance sheet and go to a financial institution and raise capital? It has to be a hybrid. Because if it's not a hybrid and we turn only to the fiscus and the answer is no, then, it's a futile discussion in terms of how do we get SAPO ready for business. Chair, the last one is on the sub 1 kg. Sub 1 kg is it's litigious. The BR's legal team can assist me on that. There has been meetings with a Take a Lot. And I think they're filing a response with an amendment, but if the legal experts want to come in and assist me on that response, I welcome it, but it's a work in progress. Chair, there's also one other aspect that I'd like to touch on is Postnet is our competition. So when you look at a Postnet and you walk in to a Postnet and its service offering, that is what a SAPO branch is or should be. And you asked the question of what is a futuristic SAPO branch. Chair, a futuristic SAPO branch is where you can walk in and you can get an array of services. So if you walk into a rural SAPO branch, it can be your internet cafe. So you can plug in into one of our terminals, you can access your Hotmail, you can look for jobs, you can do anything that you want to do that you cannot do at home because you don't have access to the internet. Then, Chair, if you walk in, you can collect our parcels. Chair, if it's a central hub. And, I touched on government to government business. If you walk in and you need to collect your ID, your passport, if you need to, apply for workman's, unemployment insurance fund, you should be able to do that in a SAPO branch. If you need to collect a card from Postbank, you should be able to come and collect a business credit card or a bank card from Postbank. That's what a futuristic SAPO. So the relevance of a brick building still remains even in a digitalized world, because even in a digitalized world, the touch point will not go away. You will always need to be an enabler to the digitalized world, and a SAPO branch should be able to execute on that. Chair, that was an overarching, discussion, in terms of all the themes of the questions that came up. But if there's anything that I need to elaborate on further, I welcome. And if there's anybody from the SAPO team who wants to add in, I welcome them as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let me just check with the business BRPs. I know I did see Mr. Ruplal here. Is there any additions to the response from SAPO?
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to amend the your notice of motion. We received the replying affidavits, and our lawyers are working on responding to that further. So that legal action or litigation is very much still in play, and acting CEO is correct. They are very much our competitors, and we obviously need to be mindful of the sensitivities, when we are presenting information to certain of the portfolio or parliamentary committees. We've got other sessions coming up, and we are still asking or requesting that we maintain some of the information that belongs to the post office to be sensitive, just to protect from these aspects. I think that's one of the reasons why we try not to share some of the information which we believe is intellectual property of the post office. I think Ms. Ghani has really covered the bulk of it. I think there was a question around, what will the partnership ownership privatization model look like? And again, I think Ms. Ghani is correct. That's, it is evolved into a hybrid type of model, particularly seeing that our shareholder has confirmed that the 3.8 billion is no longer forthcoming. So we do concur there with our acting CE that, the shareholder is going to have to look at, what that model would pan out as. Having said that, I think the shareholder, is in a good position to have oversight and to monitor that, because the joint task team that has been created, with the DCDT, National Treasury, DBSA, representatives from the execs, and of course the BRPs for now as execs as well, as representatives as well. When that does go to market, I think it will drive or inform what shape of fund or type or structure the funding may take. I just want to emphasize that, the BRPs, and again, we've already highlighted this at our previous engagements. We have taken legal advice, and of course we are coming to the point where we have to exit as the BRPs. But again, just want to highlight that, we've put 1.7 billion circa worth of properties that's unencumbered, it's debt-free, back into the hands of the shareholder. You are exploring through the joint task team the partnership potential, and of course the entity has received the TERS funding, and Fatima has also highlighted the model around the USO. So yes, quite right. I think there's quite a few working parts that's maneuverable enough, to see how that funding model would evolve into, or what it would evolve into. So that's a difficult one for us to answer, but I think there's definitely a lot of opportunity around that. I think what we wanted to highlight, and I think again was covered, is just how the business was rationalized, and we can put this debt-free entity back into the hands of government. with the only liability remaining is the 18 cents. That was the top of award that's owed to 3 creditors. And, we've been busy engaging with those creditors as we speak. And that will allow us to, exit the business rescue process in due course. I think, Chair, those are some overarching comments. I think I'm just looking at my notes as well. Yeah, I think the strategy has been well dealt with. And I think the post-bank relationship, I think that's been well covered as well. I think that is certainly a positive relationship that one needs to explore further, because there could be, and I think the question was right from one of the honorable members, there's valuable infrastructure that could be co-shared or co-owned. That's another variable that, can be looked at. From the BRP team, I think those are the comments that we want to add, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may come in, there's just one aspect that I didn't touch on, which is the employees. So if I can just elaborate a little bit further on that one.
Okay, briefly. Yes,
Just very briefly, Chair. Chair, the question was, broadly around employees. As we strive for an ethical high-performance culture, I alluded to how do we attract talent, retain talent, and maintain talent. There are no bonuses. There's no variable compensation scheme in SAPO due to affordability. SAPO was, couldn't pay its benefits, and we've done rights on that, and we're about to do rights on that. So and we have not cut wages. So but we also have not adjusted remuneration for cost of living, and there's a lot of things that needs to be addressed. So part of the attrition and part of the employee strategy is about remunerating at the right levels, creating an environment which includes the branches that's conducive to your high performance culture and to your ethical culture. And also, Chair, it's about bringing the right balance of employees from a racial perspective, into the organization in accordance with our employment equity plan. And, it's not a quick fix, it's part of the underlying strategies, which we don't talk to, and we should talk to it. As you look at your diversification of revenue, right sizing the business profitability, employees will always remain a critical asset. It's an asset as much as it's an expense to the business. It's still an asset to the business that we need to, make that investment in, so that, we're comparable to any organization. Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to add that in at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting CEO of Post Office. Let me invite Mr. Nkanyane to lead us in the responses from zaDNA.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks very much. I will deal with one or two, and then the CEO will deal with the rest. Chair, in terms of our competitor, one of our biggest competitors will know is the one.com. That is our biggest competitor. And one of the benefits for anyone in South Africa to use zaDNA will be, one, is that when you have a problem, is the jurisdiction, where do you go and get your problem solved? So if there is an abuse of your domain name or your name, you need to go to America, for example, or UK, whatever the domain name that you will be using, you need to go to that particular jurisdiction. The second one is around the money that we use to register. It goes out of the country. That means there is no economic benefit for the country. And a lot of people believe that by using the other domain names except .co.za, they believe that it makes their companies to be recognized as international companies. It's not true. Our .co.za name is one of the biggest in the world. And when it comes to security, it's one of the strongest. You will see most of the African countries, companies that are in the African countries, they use ours. They believe in ours than their own. It's just, it may be here at home. The other one is that when that money comes back, it allows to be reinvested. So as you register it, it allows to be reinvested within the ecosystem and be able to build the infrastructure. Because underneath, there is a huge infrastructure that must support these, the domain name and the information that must be hosted underneath. So it is very key that as South Africans, we take it because it's a proud South African domain name. Everywhere where you go or your company operate, it only tells those people that you are a South African citizen, that you have the foundation within South Africa. So we will want everybody in South Africa who wants to do business within the technological space to use our own domain name, that when they have dispute, we will be able to resolve them here at home. So I just wanted to cover those issues, Chairperson, and the CEO will cover the other one, and then I can come back if there is any issue that you may have left out later. Thanks, Chairperson. Through you, I'll request the CEO to come in.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members, for the questions. Chair, let me also acknowledge and thank the ministry through the DM to really afford me an opportunity to flag the Afrinic matter as we have grown to know it internally. But Chair, with your indulgence and that, of course, of the department and members, I will simply just introduce who Afrinic is and what is their purpose, and then request, due to the sensitivity of the details, we do a closed session so that I can take members through the detail. But the long and short of it, Chair, Afrinic is what we call a regional internet registry. Their sole mandate is to provide internet protocol addresses, or IPs in short. These are used by devices like your laptops, mobile phones, and many other devices that need to connect and consume the internet resources. So that particular entity in full, it's called the African Network Information Center, Afrinic in short. It has been plagued by numerous problems from governance and legal issues. And it does have a direct impact in terms of our outlook and ambitions in terms of the digital economy. So we are still faced with those issues that I've highlighted, Chair. I think it would be prudent of me, Chair, to maybe leave the introduction of the issue there. And of course, await the confirmation from the Chair and the membership of the committee to say when one can engage, of course, through DCDT and the ministry in detail this particular aspect of Afrinic. With that said, I will start, of course, Chair, with the good thing in terms of what we are dealing with, and then I'll move to the cybersecurity portion thereof. Nom.za, Chair, is one of our second-level domains, which is open for South Africans, of course, within a specific criteria. This is intended to provide your normal citizenry, those that cannot afford the commercial space, means to gain access to their own digital identity. Currently, there has been identified inefficiencies in terms of how is this particular platform accessed, and we are working, hence we have flagged it on our strategy to improve and remove any obstacles or barriers of entry to ensure that South Africans are able to enjoy the benefits of this particular digital asset. We will be sharing a campaign going forward, in particular for this current financial year, on how we intend on doing this. But in the main, we would be relying, of course, on many other platforms within communities like your digital, like your community radio stations, community printing, to actually spread the word around nom.za and what it brings to normal South Africans. Over and above this, the intent is to really open up, your rural and peri-urban, inclusive of townships and some urban areas, their ability to participate meaningfully into the digital economy. That's really removing the flowered sense when you talk about the digital economy as a far more removed concept, but to be one that actually changes lives and bridges, of course, the digital divide. I think the member Ntate Nkanyane has dealt with the competition extensively. What one can note as I move on to answering the questions, Chair, is that an emerging competitor similar to .com is .xyz. So that those are the two key competitors that I think one has sleepless nights around and how to deal with them and really make ourselves or reposition ourselves as a brand that is attractive to people to utilize as a preferred domain. I think, Chair, dealing with the questions themselves, our reliance rather partnerships that we are intending on forging with the private sector, it's simply because of the commercial nature of the domain name space, whereby we do resell the domain name space inclusive to SMMEs and large corporates and even individuals, where zaDNA puts forth and manages the wholesale fee and also tries to the best of its ability to ensure that there's no exploitation within the retail. But of course, we can only do that within the ambience of the law, while of course we are not stifling any competition at retail level. When we say retail level, we are talking about the part of the ecosystem where you find your registrars, which are entities or individuals accredited and licensed to register domain names on behalf of juristic individuals, whom onboard what we call resellers to resell and expand their reach. So there is quite a good collaboration within the ecosystem to ensure that we minimize this exploitation. We abide by the prescript of the policies and charters that we have set. More so, Chair, while of course we are still looking at the private sector, we also have strong collaborations with the public sector, whereby we are currently collaborating with the Department of Higher Education and Training and its entities to ensure that we bridge the digital divide. We are working with the Provincial Department of Education and numerous local municipalities and district municipalities for that matter. And then in terms of the planned partnerships that we are looking forward to, it's of course with the National Department of COGTA and also the provincial ones, whereby we envisage that through the traditional affairs branch, we would be able to digitize recognized traditional authorities and also royal houses at large. Furthermore, we have started conversations with Department of Small Business Development with its entity, whereby we envisage that we will expand their already existing programs on digitization and offering digital skills to SMMEs. We also plan to partner with DTIC, as DTIC through its entities has a number of programs which come in a form of grant whereby they empower businesses. We want to also see how best can we leverage that to really impact, in particular, emerging enterprises or SMMEs. I think moving on to the other parts where I'll club them together, Chair, and I'll put them under the category of cybersecurity and cybercrime. It is always good that we have very strong cybersecurity controls in place. Hence, in our strategic plan, we have put it as such. We want to reaffirm and reinforce a secure and resilient domain name space. This, of course, speaking to the portion of cybersecurity and ensuring that we are not reactive, but rather proactive in terms of the controls. And also leveraging existing means and controls to ensure that we protect those human rights as enshrined in our Constitution. And we are doing that currently, Chair, whereby any domain name that is registered and it seems to be racist, sexist, and so forth, we then deal with it through what we call the alternate dispute resolution process, whereby no one is permitted to register such a domain name as such. That's a clear cut if reported and also detected by our own monitoring tools and those of the registry operator and registrars. There is a reasonable expectation to immediately put that particular domain name on what we call a server hold. A server hold meaning that it's not accessible up until we finish our preliminary investigation and then we move to deletion. That's addressing the issue of consequence management in terms of those that are not abiding by the policy framework. In terms of supporting SMMEs, I have highlighted our ambitions to partner at a national level with the Department of Small Business Development and also SIGFA. This, of course, is at the backdrop of us finalizing an agreement with one of its districts as a pilot. And the intention of this particular pilot focuses mainly on those in the informal sector, emerging SMMEs, to provide them with digital identities and also provide them with digital marketing skills to ensure that once they have these tools, they are able to utilize them. Hopefully, Chair, when one comes back, we will be reporting positive to say we have concluded the agreement and we have launched a program collaboratively with them and those that are within the ecosystem. Exploitation of people at retail by various actors. Just maybe for context, Chair, our domain name space, especially the commercial one, works on a first come, first serve. And once you have registered a domain name, for example, myself, I would have registered a wesi.co.za. And it just so happens that I do not renew this name. I would then lose it. It will go back to the pool. However, there are means, and this is something that I think we have highlighted before internally, Chair, that we are not talking to the ADR process enough. The ADR process is there to ensure that if you lose a name and you have proof that, or you can show that you have owned it before, you are able to engage this process and then you are able to be assisted. And then most of the time a reallocation or reassignment back to yourself as a complainant normally happens. The question might come, can any South African access this? Yes. If you are an owner of a domain name and you feel aggrieved that it's being misused or mishandled, you can actually engage us. The information is available on our website, whereby we do subsidize this process, or otherwise, if you do have the means, you can engage the other part of the process where you have to provide some form of payment to ensure that the process happens. I have to stress, Chair, the portion that is subsidized, we also raise those funds through the individuals that are able to pay for themselves. So the money is available and we are able to provide the necessary support when approved. Cases of abuse in terms of the domain name space. I think, Chair, zooming into domain name abuse cases, this mainly speaks to, your cyber, I would say at very large, cybercrime type of cases as a consequence of some of the activities that happen which are illegal, whereby someone pretends to be a legitimate entity, either to steal information and try to utilize that information for other nefarious acts. So these are the most prominent ones that we deal with almost on a daily basis. how we then address them and close the gaps in terms of consequence management, as indicated with the previous ones. Once a case has been reported to ourselves, we either go through a process of investigating and ensuring that all parties involved, their rights and their respective rights are protected. And then, of course, most of the time with such cases, they end up with either a deletion or a server hold, or rather we remove the entire domain name in its totality. Apologies, my energy saving controls are working against me this side. Other than that, Chair, when someone does report it and there is an indication that there is some form of illicit activity happening, we don't go through the very extensive process of investigating. We put a server hold and then we investigate, as indicated earlier. We then move to a server deletion. There are those cases where we have to collaborate, of course, with law enforcement, whereby we then refer the matter further, and then we empower the complainant or the law enforcement agency that is engaging us with the necessary information to take the matter forward. As such, Chair, speaking to strategic objective number 2, we saw it necessary that there has not been enough awareness around domain name abuse or any crime that happens around this. As such, we have opted to develop a program that will be geared for community service centers in the SAPS space, and also the judiciary, to empower them with the necessary skills on how to deal with some of these cases, as some of them would require, collaboration with other agencies outside of our borders due to the nature of the space or the internet as a resource. So we are working on that particular program, and we would hopefully be partnering, of course, with police and also the NPA and the department itself. So I think we have touched on the risks, we have touched on the mitigation, the consequences. The chair has already mentioned what is our competitive edge. Just maybe to add on that one, from a pricing perspective, we also are reasonably affordable as a domain name space. And why am I mentioning this? Currently, we resell a domain name at a pricing point of around 64 rands annually. And what we also have in place is that we can now renew your domain name on a multi-year or register it on a multi-year agreement. Further to that, at retail, it allows those that are reselling the product, meaning the domain name itself, to add other services. Even with those other services that they add, we still come out being the most affordable when we compare with our counterparts on the continent and also globally. So that is the edge that we add. I think moving on, in terms of the intentional outlook for having a transformational agenda, I have to say, Chair, this is inherent in our mandate, because by nature of what we aspire on achieving on digital inclusion, we are going to have programs that are intentional and prioritizing the historically disadvantaged individuals over and above non-HDIs. As such, I thought it's important to just flag it, Chair, but this will come out as we report quarter on quarter on some of the programs and the impact that we've had and the types of groupings and communities where we have run our programs, and we see it fit that these were the individuals that ought to have been onboarded onto them. Moving on, Chair, I think there was a mention of a scam involving people promising other individuals some form of funding. And it speaks to what the chair tried to highlight, Honorable Chair. The ACT chair mentioned issues of jurisdiction and also how do we deal with issues as we receive them. Unfortunately, some of these scams are committed, majority thereof are committed on social media. We try our utmost best to report these to the relevant parties and also to the relevant regulator just to take note and also run their own awareness campaigns, which also brings me to a point whereby we have saw it fitting between ourselves as the information regulator, FPB, ICASA, to create the forum of ICT and media regulators to ensure that where there are overlaps in terms of our mandate, where we're supposed to act against nefarious characters, we are able to do so with ease without actually pushing people from pillar to post. So that particular structure is functioning, and we are actually implementing the program for the 25-26 financial year. I think moving on to what was asked around the schools, Chair, on this one, because of the immense demand from a CAPEX and OPEX perspective, we have partnered, of course, with the private sector and also public sector entities to deliver on this one, whereby the subsidies come from where we provide domain names. We also provide some interventions on how to behave ethically on a digital environment. Over and above that, we then provide the platforms to ensure that teaching and learning, sharing of information happens on this. It also is great to note that, Chair, ever since we have launched the test and tried to scale up on this particular program of ours, we have seen an interest from various players within the ecosystem. And interestingly, it has brought to the fore a number of entities that are offering similar services that are born and bred from South Africa, meaning solutions are emerging within the ecosystem, targeting schools, competing with those of global conglomerates. What we do in terms of IGF, Chair, is that IGF, or the South African Internet Governance Forum in full, offers a multiple stakeholders, which includes public, private, and civil society, a platform to come and discuss how the internet as a resource has changed lives and should continue to change lives of individuals within the borders of the country, in line, of course, with the SDGs and the NDP. And this speaking to a process that was undertaken or brought forth by the WSIS process. And notably, Chair, from a parliamentary perspective, I think I ought to flag this. We have had the pleasure of being joined by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee in the Africa Internet Governance Forum. And I believe one member of the committee, I could be wrong, it's an Honorable Souls, will be joining a group of participants going to the Global Internet Governance Forum, where there will be discussions on what is the value function of parliamentarians that we would bring to the discourse and discussions, of course, of internet governance. So really, Chair, that is that. Lastly, I think it speaks to the missed targets. This related to our regulations around registrars and registries. So these ones have been submitted for consideration to the department. We have received some correspondence to this effect. We would be finishing the department with a detailed response to some of the questions they had, and we are looking forward to implementing. And then the other two relates to digitization of our internal processes and optimization that we are currently working on. And hopefully by the end of the current financial year, we would have ticked that particular box. I think, Chair, that would be me covering majority of the questions. If I missed any, I will take them as follow-ups. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vezi and Mr. Kanyana from zaDNA. May I invite DG for her responses, and after DG, we'll take DM and then we'll conclude with the Minister. DG?
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry. My apologies for the delay. I was trying to unmute and I'm now using my device due to the connectivity challenges. Chair, to be very brief, I think we've run over time. Just to put into context, to say the presentations that you received today clearly illustrate that we are in the platform economy, and all three entities are absolutely vital and critical in building this digital economy in our country, looking at digital sovereignty, as you've just heard now from zaDNA, and looking also in terms of a secure local platforms. And that's also a critical role in terms of the post office, and then also creating an ecosystem for digital inclusion. And I think financial inclusion is going to be very key. And that cements what we've said in the white paper that was published in 2016 of our objective to ensure an inclusive socioeconomic transformation in South Africa. And I think honorable members were asking about that issue to then say, where are we with regards to our transformation? And our intent is that we want to promote growth both in ICTs as well as within the postal industries, and to make sure that we are a responsible government to its citizens. Now, the two questions that were precisely asked, Chair, now I'm going to touch on them quickly. On SAPO, with regards to the reserve market, and I want to just underscore what was also said by the SAPO executives, but to also indicate, Chair, that we took out a postal services sector market study in 2022 as a department. A lot of people were even questioning the role and the role of SAPO, and that postal study underscored that SAPO is still very critical. Chair, we've circulated that document. I'd like to once again ask the honorable members to please just go and look at a particular section that looks in terms of where we with regards to the market. And if you look on page 62 of that, it is quite evident that the postal SAPO has the largest dominance as far as the postal operations, and it's the consumers who have validated that's from SAPO perspective, they still have preference. 58% still have preference. 62% say they still use postal platform, both in metro as well as urban and rural areas, Chair. In fact, in the rural areas, it has reached over to 81%. In the urban areas, you're seeing it at 62%, far more dominant than all the other operators that are there. Once again, the study just reaffirms what the consumers say and the critical role that the post office says. But also on the reserve market itself, and the reserve market is still valid. We are in court supporting the regulator in this regard, only because of the fact that SAPO is the only one who actually has these conditions, Chair. Again, within the report you would find. SAPO is therefore licensed to then say exclusively they can still continue with their license. The license is still valid until such time that it's a 25-year license. It's currently under review right now. And so the 1 kg mail items as well as parcel is exclusively for that. And that talks to the security issues as well, Chair. You would know in other countries, you actually have to take it through a system to validate what type of parcels you are passing through your territories and boundaries. We also talk about the issues of regulated rates. SAPO is the only one, Chair, that actually is prescribed in terms of what rates it should charge, whether it's going to be your letter, your parcel, etc. All the other players, they choose. And the reason why with that, again, underscoring what I said earlier about our being a responsible government, we need to ensure that when we talk about digital inclusion, every single person must be able to afford the services that we're providing. And so it was important that we make sure that we have these regulated figures to regulate it, to ensure that citizens, and especially the most vulnerable, are not being exploited. And unfortunately, that's not the case with all the other operators that are operating in this market, and some of them actually illegally so. They're also prescribed in terms of the level, in terms of the quality of service, as well as the delivery targets as well, Chair. And this obviously talks to the issue with regards to the points of presence. I think what Honourable Member was asking Are they still there? Yes, because the universal service obligation prescribes how many postal offices per a particular kilometer radius post offices need to be there in order to ensure against services to the citizens, as well as to address the issues of rollout, Chair. Now, I'm not going to talk about the free market, but it is something that we're working with the regulator as well to ensure that we regulate everybody within the ecosystem. Lastly, Chair, on partnerships, we have so far 59 unsolicited bids that we've received. Again, Chair, that just talks to the fact that out there, people recognize the strategic role that the post office have and they need to play. And now they're cognizant of that and realize that they actually need to come in and partner with the post office and rather than compete. And this affirms, Chair, both the BR plan as well as our SAPO of Tomorrow strategy and the other strategy that was presented in committee to the members as well. And we're still now working, as it was said by the BR, that we're working on a task team looking at these proposals, but we're also doing a call out for all the others who may also have an expression of interest to partner with the post office. Our focus is on e-commerce platform. We see SAPO serving as then, as I said, this e-commerce because of its large footprint and rail. Eventually, any e-commerce parcel, most of the e-commerce parcel, not every, most of the e-commerce parcels, because of that they are actually tangible goods and products, they will have to be delivered. Now, we see that some of these competitors, some of these other e-commerce players do not have a footprint, do not even have presence in the rural and underserved areas. So we're looking at partnerships in terms of e-commerce, SAPO to provide that. We're also looking at SAPO as a logistics service provider, as well as looking at technology and cloud logistics platform. SAPO has got so many other assets, Chair. We will not go into some of them because obviously these are also competitive matters. But if you really look in as far as the licenses that the post office have, the fact that they've got the points of presence, the fact that every single post office has got some form of a network connectivity. I think there was a member who was asking to say, how do we ensure that citizens have got free Wi-Fi and citizens have got services? We want to turn those into digital hubs so that citizens can be able to come in and walk instead of taking and utilizing funds to spend money to drive to the urban areas in order for them to get digital services and other government services as well, Chair. So I'd like to just end it at that. I think I've responded on the questions that were referred to the department, but we'll stand ready to respond both also in writing if perhaps we missed out on any. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, DG. DM Bungubele, can I allow you for a response if you wish to come in before I invite the minister?
Well, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think DG has gone a long way, and the Chair has dealt with the Postbank, has dealt with the matter of whether we are having confidence in the role of the state to turn around, improving the market distortions in the financial market. I think the Chair of the Postbank has dealt with that and explained whatever misunderstandings that could have been there. And again, the other issue has been dealt with regard to the case for Postbank, both from the point of auditing how is the banking by private, personal, business, public, and even on the literacy issues. Those are the issues I thought. And the last issue, Fatima has also dealt with the issue of the value of the relevance of 657 branches of SAPO. I'm just saying issues that I had thought I would deal with have been resolved. Thanks.
And thank you, DM Gungubela. May I now finally invite Minister Solly Malatsi for his to wrap up.
Thanks very much, Acting Chair. Substantially, there isn't much to add as the responses were dealt with. I think the key thing to take away is the contributions by members of the Portfolio Committee, where they were talking about the focused work, particularly towards digital inclusion, that the post office should explore. And also the comment that I think Honorable Gledisha made with regards to zaDNA and ensuring that, in terms of the cost for the portals, that some consideration is being made there to ensure that the costs don't become a barrier for digital access, particularly marginalized communities and upcoming SMMEs, so that we encourage and foster the inclusion that they want to pursue. But at a broader level, I think what we've been able to present here through the entities is a very clear instance of what the projection for performance is going to be for this period, and also an outline of what the performance indicators would be, that which the committee would then be able to hold us accountable to in terms of their performance. So that, Chair, for me, encapsulates the essence of the contribution that we had. And I think there was the point that Honorable Sauce made with regards to ensuring that there's a reflection in the interactions that we have with the committee in terms of demographic representation, which the entities going forward should be able to share and illustrate with the committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you, members and leaders of the various entities, for your very, very detailed and comprehensive responses. And I think we needed to spend this time, particularly with Post Office and Postbank, which we have been doing. And I've always used this example that it's been in the ICU, and as a portfolio committee, we've been very, very connected to these two entities. It was also very useful to have had a deeper dive in zaDNA, which is often an entity that's done at the end, and we often tend to overlook it. But I think today's discussion, zaDNA, made us realize the important role it plays. And maybe my question around the schools wasn't totally answered, because I really love to see every school in South Africa having .ac.za web identity, and maybe that's something that zaDNA might want to respond, or we can pick it up. But thank you all for your comprehensive responses. I've taken advantage of the fact that we're not going to there's no sitting of the House, and hence we've really indulged ourselves. Members, before I conclude, tomorrow we start at 9 again, and the two key items will be to receive the department's third and fourth quarter reports, and thereafter we will be doing the review or receive from the department and the entities if there's any changes to the APPs that have already been presented to us. I have been informed by the Secretariat that only two entities have had changes, and that is SETA and USASA. So from my understanding, it will be the department and SETA and USASA who will be dealing with in terms of the amendments to the original APPs. As I alluded to earlier, we did receive the presentations after version 2 of the budget, but only where there's amendments, we will be receiving that tomorrow. And the second important announcement is the subcommittee meets tomorrow at 3 p.m. So those members of the portfolio committee that are in the subcommittee, it will meet at 3 p.m. to 16:30 tomorrow to start the process. And we all have homework that was given to us and to present to the subcommittee your list of shortlisted candidates for the 2 vacant positions of MDDA. So please note that we just got that in from Secretariat now, which needed permission from the House Chair, which was obtained. So comrades and members, thank you so much, Minister Malatsi and your team and the department, DM, and all leaders. Thank you so much for the very robust and engaging discussion today. I think certainly we all have been enriched. And I'm sure South Africans who will watch this and are watching this will appreciate that indeed as a department, we are very mindful of the acute challenges as we face, and we are certainly committed to creating a digital environment where all our people benefit. And I think as we move ahead, I think the issue surrounding employment creation must be something that we talk when we come to these presentations. The key question that we are interested in is, are we creating this employment boom? And I think all entities must embrace that. Thank you all so much. And that brings our meeting to an end. This meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you, Chairperson. Have a lovely day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, goodbye, everyone.
Bye. Goodbye, Honorable Kazi. Goodbye. Bye.